Welcome to the Avon Advisory Plan Commission meeting. If you are interested in having a copy of the agenda or the staff reports, they are available on the tables to the right of the audience. We will be conducting business as outlined on the agenda. From time to time, the board may deviate from the agenda. As president of this body, I will inform those in attendance of any deviations. This meeting is being recorded for the public record. Because of this, we request that personal conversations are kept to a minimum and all cell phones are set to vibrate with any phone calls taken outside of the chamber. So this would be a good time to do that. If you are interested in commenting during the public hearing, please sign up on the sheets located on the tables to the right of the audience. When your name is called, please step forward to the podium and state your name and address for the record. Please address your comments to the board and not to staff or to the petitioner. Your comments should relate directly to the case at hand. Responses to public comments will be given once the hearing is closed. We do understand that there may be several persons who wish to speak. In order to keep the meeting running in a timely fashion, we would request that you not repeat previous comments. Thank you for your assistance in facilitating a respectful, fair, and timely meeting. Again, welcome to our meeting, and please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It's nice to see a packed house here. I do want to just a little bit of housekeeping. We have two new interim members of our commission, and I would just want to introduce them. We have Robert Pope and Greg Susan. And as you may or may not know, we've been down one or two people, and so we're filling this out until we can get those places permanently filled. Can we go ahead and do a roll call, please?
Mason Pike.
Here.
Harold Heiser. Here. Paul Guggenberger.
Here.
Catherine Ransbrook.
Here.
Dave Kaufman.
Here.
Greg Susan.
Here.
Robert Pope.
Here.
We have a quorum. Excellent. Next, we have an approval of the meeting minutes from May 23rd. Has everyone had an opportunity to review those minutes? Do we have any suggestions for corrections or edits? If not, do I have a motion for accepting for approval of the meeting minutes?
I move we approve the meeting minutes of the May 23rd meeting.
Second that motion.
We have a motion and a second.
Mason Pike.
Aye.
Harold Heiser.
Aye.
Paul Guggenberger.
Aye.
Catherine Ransbrook.
Aye.
Dave Kaufman.
Aye.
Greg Susan.
Aye.
Robert Pope.
Aye.
Next item on the agenda is public comment. This is the opportunity for you to speak on items on the agenda that are not on the public. The public may comment on items on the agenda that are not a public hearing or on a specific matter within the council's jurisdiction. Does anybody have any public comments not related to what is already on the agenda? If not, public comments are closed. Okay, move on. It looks like we've got several continuances. Bill or Daniel, who wants to?
Yeah, it would be me.
Okay.
We do have 5 items that request or requests continuances or agenda modifications. The first 2 are withdrawals. One of them is map P 2208, Fairwood, section 5 and 6. And the other one is PUD, preliminary plan unit development 2201, which is the Oriole Estates plan unit development. Petitioner withdrew both of those requests on June 14th, 2022. The commission doesn't need to take any action on that other than acknowledge the withdrawal of those petitions. And then we move on to continuances, and the continuances, there are 3 of them on our agenda tonight. The first one is DPR 2207, which is the Avon Retail Center. The petitioner in this particular case, the property owner of this site has purchasing an adjoining commercial retail center, at least a portion of one. And they want to continue this case for 2 months that'll allow them to finish acquiring that property. and then designing an addition onto that building rather than a freestanding building as they've proposed currently. PUDP 2202, Cityscape Avon. In this particular instance, the town's requesting a continuance on this one to the next meeting, July 25th, 2022. This would allow the petitioner opportunity to introduce their petition to the council and allow the staff to sit in on that introduction before we formulate our staff report. And so that's the reason the town's requesting that continuance. And then finally, ZA 2208, which is Glen Rock Springs. This was a request for rezoning north of the Rural King Shopping Center. And the petitioner is requesting a continuance to the next meeting, July 25th, 2022, because they held a neighborhood meeting and they needed an opportunity to research some of the issues that were raised at that neighborhood meeting. Having said all of that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
And 2209 is the one that we have several letters from residents, correct?
No, there was a mistake in our, there was confusion in assigning numbers. So the remonstrance letters that you have are actually for ZA 2208, which is Sycamore Preserve. So that's
Okay.
why you still have those remonstrance letters in front of you. And it should be noted that the sort of final letter, there's a sort of a form letter there that has signatures on them. You did receive 35 of those letters, but I only included one in your packet because there was no point in copying 35 identical letters.
It was a repetition with different signatures.
Different signatures. So there was 35 of those same letter, but it had different signatures.
And they were
on
all
each
for
one.
2209?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, hold on a second. They were all for 2209 or 2208?
2208, but they probably say 2209 on
Okay.
them because there was some confusion in the Plan Commission docket number.
Okay.
One more point of clarification. So that's not the MAP 2208 Fairwood Section 5 and 6, is that correct?
That one's been withdrawn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, would like to point out that even with the number of withdrawals and continuances we have this evening, we have 8 items on the agenda. It is our practice to try and get out of here at a reasonable time. I believe by statute, we can't go past 11 o'clock. So I would remind members of the audience as well as the commission that we need repeating the same thing over and over again just eats up time, and we've got many items to go through. So, Mr. Peoples, the show is yours.
We do need a motion on the continuances.
Ah, okay.
Oh,
Clarify one thing you said, just for the record.
sure. I guess.
Sorry for my interruption, but just so the record's absolutely clear.
State your name and address, please.
Yes, ma'am. It's Matt Price with an address of 10 West Market Street, Indianapolis, Indiana. And I'm here on behalf of both of the American Homes development projects, including Glen Rock Springs. And Mr. Peebles had mentioned that we had a neighborhood meeting. And I have been contacted by several members of the public and have had some communications with them, but we haven't had the meeting yet. And
So
I
you're
just-
anticipating a meeting?
Yes, but I didn't want the record to suggest that we had one already.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Mr. Taylor, do we need to do this one by one, or can we do them as a group? Okay, well, shall we entertain a motion on these continuances?
I have a question. So Billy said the ones withdrawn, do the ones withdrawn need a motion?
They don't, you just withdraw all those. The ones that do motion of the continuance request. There's an automatic continuance normally, but none of these cases.
So can you identify the ones that were continuances again, please?
Glen Rock Springs, Cityscape Avon, so it's Glen Rock Springs is ZA 2209. Cityscape Avon is PUD 2202. And DPR 2207 is the Avon Retail Center. That one is a 2-month continuance to August. The other 2 are just a 1-month continuance to July 24th.
Since there's only 3 continuances, I suggest we just do them separately.
Okay, I'll make a motion.
Okay,
I'll move that DPR 2207 Avon Retail Center be continued to the August meeting of the Plan Commission.
I'll second.
Mason Pike. Aye. Harold Heiser.
Aye.
Paul Guckenberger.
Aye.
Catherine Ransberg.
Aye.
David Kaufman.
Aye.
Greg Susan.
Aye.
Robert Pope.
Aye.
Do we have a motion on agenda item 4.4, which is PUD 2202?
I make a motion, we continue PUD 22-02 Cityscape Avon until a further date.
Does the staff have a particular date that they would like to ask that for?
We would put it on the July 25th, 2022 meeting, the next meeting of the next month's meeting.
I'll second. Mason Pike. Aye. Harold Heiser.
Aye.
Paul Guckenberger.
Aye.
Catherine Ransberg.
Aye.
David Kaufman.
Aye.
Greg Susan.
Aye.
Robert Pope.
Aye.
And do we have a motion for agenda item 4.5, ZA 2209 Glen Rock Springs?
I'll move that ZA 2209 Glen Rock Springs be continued to the July meeting of the Plan Commission.
I'll second.
Mason Pike. Aye. Harold Heiser. Aye. Paul Guckenberger.
Aye.
Catherine Ransberg.
Aye.
David Kaufman.
Aye.
Greg Susan.
Aye.
Robert Pope.
Aye.
Motion's all carry. Thank you for that piece of housekeeping. And now we hand it over to Mr. Peoples.
ZA 2206 Village Place Townhomes. This is a request for approval of a zoning amendment to rezone 11.02 acres from R2 to R4 to construct a townhome development on the property. The 11.02 acre property is located at approximately 350 North County Road 900 East and an adjacent property to the south. And the petitioner is John Moore, I believe, representing the petitioner. Minimal land use history associated with this subject property. The property was voluntarily annexed in the town as part of Ordinance 2003-07 with a zoning designation of R2. This is the property. It's actually an L-shaped property, so it was originally owned, common ownership of a church by one church. One of those churches sold this piece of property off. They used one of the exempt divisions to section off this piece of property. So it's the L-shaped piece of property right here. To the south is the Costco Center. To the west over here is the YMCA and the Hendricks Regional Health and Satori Point. Single-family residences to the north and to the east. The conceptual plan provided as part of this petition indicates approximately 109 two-story front-loaded townhome units. Gross density of this proposal is 10 units an acre, and that conceptual plan is 10 units an acre, which is the upper limit of the R4 zoning district. And the townhome building range is somewhere between 4 and 6 units per run. The future land use plan designates this site for area retail. We do find that the proposed townhome development, so the issue with this particular case, obviously, is you have a fairly heavy commercial land use to the south, you have single-family residential land uses to the north, and then you have a church use on the property. Now, a church use, quite frankly, is an excellent transitional use in between heavier commercial uses and single-family residential uses. But the big problem with this particular site is it really does need to be some sort of conceptual or some sort of transitional land use between the heavy commercial and the single-family to the north. We do find that the proposed townhome development would be more compatible and harmonious with the surrounding properties than would the area retail designation of the plan. It would serve as an effective transitional use between these intense commercial developments, the Costco warehouse to the south, and the residential uses to the north. The area immediately to the north has a comprehensive plan designation of specialty housing within the future land use cluster map. And this particular land use is consistent with the specialty housing recommendation of the plan. So it wouldn't necessarily, and the plan actually states this, that that the boundaries between these recommendations can float a little bit. So that if you find that it's more apt to have a townhome unit or a townhome or a more dense residential development on this site rather than rezoning it to C2 or C3 and putting a commercial use on it, that would, the plan has some flexibility to allow you to do that. One development constraint with this property, and the problem with the development as we've got it right now, is that the subdivision control ordinance does, and I should note that this standard is a standard that's usually associated with plating. But it's important to bring it up now just because of the number of units on this property. And it's specifically in the Unified Development Ordinance, it says a subdivision with 50 to 100 dwelling units must have at least 2 street accesses. Those 2 street accesses either have to be on separate streets or they have to be on the same street and separated by 1,200 feet. And this particular property is an infill property. It has development to the north, to the west, and to the south, and obviously it fronts on Dan Jones Road there. And so there is no opportunity for it to gain a second means of ingress and egress either from the north or from the west. And it doesn't have enough street frontage for 1,200 feet, for a 1,200-foot separation along the street it does front on. The location and configuration of this property makes providing the accesses as required by the subdivision or the Unified Development Ordinance a challenging prospect. So that to navigate the standard, and also the purpose of the standard is to basically funnel traffic in multiple directions. So you're not funneling all the traffic to one point, but also for a second means of ingress and egress to the site in the case of an emergency that occurs within the development and an emergency that occurs at the entrance to the public street. And so the emergency access is proposed. There is an emergency access proposed, and that emergency access is proposed through the Costco and Harvest Landing development through Costco's parking lot. Again, just to reiterate, this is technically a plating standard, but because we are talking about 109 units and the threshold is 49, I thought it was important, or we thought it was important for you to know the standard during the zoning, the rezoning phase. This is the conceptual plan. It does show the layout of the lots, and it does show the emergency access drive right here going north and south into the Costco parking lot. This is the comprehensive plan recommendation showing you the location of the specialty housing and the area retail with the site itself highlighted. And so we do recommend approval of this because it is a good transitional use. We would say that that approval recommendation should not permit apartments, either small or large. And so that, as though a permitted use in the R4 district, the staff is suggesting that that should be a prohibited use by commitment. And because the Unified Development Ordinance doesn't specify, it specifies the architectural standards for multifamily dwellings. It specifies the architectural standards for detached single-family dwellings, but it doesn't really have an overt recommendation for single-family detached or single-family attached. And so what we've been using in reviewing townhome developments is the single-family detached architectural standards, and we would suggest that make those standards applicable to the townhome development by commitment. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
I have a question. Bill, walk me through why it's in the staff's opinion that this is a better buffer than what would otherwise be found in an R2.
Well, it could be. So you're looking for a transitional land use. Historically, when you're looking at transitional land uses, you usually have multifamily residential, office, a commercial, a school or church. You know, those four tend to be the classic transitional land uses between an industrial or commercial land use through a piece of property to a single-family residential development. So you're just trying to transition the land uses through the site to minimize the impact on the less dense development to the north. So having a single-family attached development, it serves that multifamily residential almost transitional land use. So it's sort of a classic transitional use, a multifamily or an office use in between a commercial and a single-family residential development.
And does an R2 also accomplish that?
Well, R2 doesn't have multifamily, so R2 could be, you theoretically, I guess you could put a two-family residential unit or development in there by special exception, if I remember correctly. But more than likely, a R2 district would be a single-family residential district. So you're actually abutting a single-family residential district up against heavy commercial. Now, you could make the argument that, hey, those people who buy those homes will see Costco in their backyard, and they would, so, caveat emptor. But the preferable thing is to put some transitional land use between the two.
And to date, informally or even formally, have other developers looked at this piece of property? And if so, like what have there been proposed developments?
The only one that got to the point where they came to us and asked was a multifamily residential complex. It was about 125 units. We were sort of successful in saying, I don't think that that's going to fly.
Thanks.
No, obviously the details will be designed during the plating process, but it has been vetted by the Washington Township Fire Department. They have no objection to it.
Bill, in the packet that you gave us, there's a comment in one of the letters that these units might be rented or leased. And I don't know if that's information we would obtain at this time, but if that would be the case, then how would this be different than an apartment? So can these, if we put those conditions in this, can these units be rented?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, you can rent houses in a single-family residential development. If someone buys a piece of property, they can choose to rent. Well, not if they use a VA loan, but I mean, if they use a standard loan, they could buy a single-family house and rent it. Sure, yeah. So it should be noted. I mean, from the staff's perspective, we don't make a distinction between renting and owning.
Okay.
It's something we don't do.
The other question I had was the drive that connect the development to Costco. Is there a reason why we can't just make that an open drive as opposed to with a?
Well, I mean, you don't want to dump public traffic, for lack of a better term, on a private driveway. You don't want to, it's not a public street, in other words. So they're negotiating, the petitioner's negotiating with Costco, and they're telling the Costco that it would be a gated emergency ingress, egress access only. And the fire department and the police department would have access to a Knox box on the property so they could use it if they need to. But putting the general public through a private parking lot causes issues.
Okay. Will that street always stay private as they do development there on 900? So between the development on 900 and Costco, will that thoroughfare stay part of that development and be maintained by that development?
That I don't know, because we've had discussions both ways. So there was a discussion that it'd be a private street, and there have been discussions that it'd be a public street. So I don't know in this particular instance where they've fallen on that spectrum yet.
Is Dr. Nelson Drive, is that a public?
It's public.
Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Charles Nelson, Dr.
So is that maybe a comment or a discussion for later time to make the drive large enough to be considered a public thoroughfare?
Oh, you're talking about the emergency ingress thing? I don't think from the staff's perspective, I don't think we would want the general public traveling across private property. I don't think we want to encourage that. having the residents of this townhome development use that as an ingress and egress point.
It could also lead to people parking at Costco to using that neighborhood as a way to get out onto 900 instead of using other exits, which I would assume the neighborhood would not care for.
Yeah, I don't know if the neighborhood, it's just, it runs into, because obviously parking lots, one, they're privately owned and maintained, two, they're not built to public street standards. And so if the town starts dumping traffic onto a private parking lot, we may run into some issues with that.
Has the town looked at the proposed layout and with regard to bus earning radius? Is it?
Well, we haven't gone into that level of detail yet. Now, the Avon school system does come to our technical advisory committee, and they usually negotiate with developers now to ensure that the radiuses of the streets, when you come into and out of that the radiuses are good for a turning movement for their buses, and also designating the bus stops within the subdivision prior to buildings being constructed, so that anybody that buys a house knows that there's a bus stop in front of them. So the school system has been actively negotiating with petitioners to get those things done, and they do it during the plating process, so we're a little early for that.
Okay, thanks.
Bill, just for the sake of clarity, could you briefly explain the difference between R2 and R4 for the benefit of those who are watching us on live stream and for people who are here tonight?
Yeah, R2 is a largely single-family residential development or zoning classification. It has R2 has a maximum density using the standard architectural standards of 3 units an acre. The R4 district is, and it does, now the R2 district does allow different types of land uses, but it's predominantly for single-family residential. And the other land uses, like a 2-family and single-family attached and multifamily, require a special exception approval by the Board of Zoning Appeals before they could come to the Plan Commission with a subdivision request. The R4 zoning district is used predominantly for multifamily residential or attached single-family. It's a higher density. So using the standard architectural standards, the maximum density is 10 units an acre. Both districts do have, not the R4 district. The R2 district does have an increase in the maximum density if someone uses enhanced architectural standards of the ordinance. So the R2 zoning district could go up to 4 units an acre if they choose to build a single-family residential subdivision with the enhanced architectural standards in the ordinance.
And approximately how many units per acre is this development?
This is 10. This is right at the maximum of the R4 zoning district,
Okay.
as proposed in the conceptual plan. Obviously, there'll be some design that they have to do, and maybe they lose some lots during that design process. But right now, the proposal that before you is a conceptual plan for 10 units an acre.
Thank you for that. Do you have any further questions for staff?
I've got one for you, Bill. We've kind of skipped over a zoning designation. Would this proposal fit under R3 if it had the same standards except for density? We've skipped over R3.
Yeah, R3, yeah, I believe it would, yeah. Let's see, so the R3 zoning district, attached single family is a use that is permitted. Now, whether that's permitted by special exception or not in the R3 district, I'm unsure. If you just give me a second, I will find it. This is a brand new ordinance, so I'm still R3, no. So an attached townhome development would be a permitted use in the R3 zoning district and the R4 zoning district. The difference being obviously the density. So the R4 zoning district maximum density is 10 units an acre. R3 zoning district is 4 units an acre. So that's the big difference between the densities.
Is that the increased standards or the?
That's the standard, that would be the standard architectural standards
What
for.
would it be for increase? What's the highest density we could get here in R3?
I would say that I believe that the enhanced lot standards only apply to single-family detached structures. But R3, maximum density would be 5. But again, I believe that the enhanced standards only apply to single-family detached.
Thank you.
Has there been consideration of traffic on 900?
Well, the proposal doesn't meet the so the threshold for a traffic study is 150 dwelling units. And so this didn't meet the threshold for a traffic study. So we didn't request one.
I saw that concern in a bunch of the letters, so wanted to ask how that should be handled. It seems like a density of 10 per acre, it's gonna cause a lot more
Dave,
traffic.
can you turn your microphone on?
It is on.
Oh, it is? Okay. You're just a soft talker.
Sorry, I've been sick, so I'm not talking so loud.
Here, we'll
Never
share one.
mind.
So I just was wondering what the consideration is on that. So you're saying it doesn't meet the threshold?
Yeah, it doesn't meet the threshold for a traffic study, and so we didn't request one during the rezoning process.
Are we precluded from requesting one because it does not meet the threshold, or is that still something the town can still request if it doesn't meet the threshold?
I suppose we could request it. A lot of times, just to give you the sort of behind the, or inside the beltway look at it, we do usually factor in background growth when large developments do come and we're required, then they are required to provide a traffic impact study. We include background growth into that, and that background growth is intended to capture these little places where the development doesn't quite meet the threshold, but we know that growth is going to happen. So small infill developments such as this would be captured by the background growth.
So when was the last traffic study done encapsulating that background growth? Costco or Science?
Yeah, Costco did one. We didn't look at the Costco development traffic study for this petition. I know that the redevelopment commission has commissioned an engineer to study this area because of issues with traffic associated with the Costco development. So that's caused some congestion issues at peak times at this location. And so the redevelopment commission has commissioned an engineer to look at options. And I would anticipate that they're going to fund some road improvements out here, but the exact nature of those road improvements, I don't know.
So following up on that, because we've got two zoning requests in front of us tonight, both in the same area, basically, so combined, they would exceed that threshold because they're both going to dump traffic on to 900.
Mm-hmm.
So I know we look at these separately, but it seems like with looking at those together, we ought to be looking at a traffic study to see what the impact of these developments would be on 900. So again, it's trying to get all the information to be able to make an adequate recommendation to the council before that. So I guess I'm looking for guidance on how we might address that.
Oh, well, obviously, if you're looking to do this before you forward a recommendation to the council, you would ask the petitioner if they're willing to conduct a transportation study on the site, forward that to the town, give the town the opportunity to review it, and then provide you with the review of it. We hire a third-party consultant on the review. So when we require a traffic impact study submitted to us, it usually comes with an additional filing fee. And that filing fee is then forwarded to the third-party consultant who does the review of it. And our Public Works Department, it's not totally the Public Works Department. Steve Moore, and the Public Works Director, looks at them and provides his take on them as well.
Has any part of Avon government done a thorough anticipated traffic study of that section of 900?
It's in process. That's what the redevelopment commission, that's why the redevelopment commission hired that engineer.
Okay.
engineering firm to do that. So
When do we anticipate getting that study?
the plan, I
Any
don't know.
idea?
No, I have no idea whatsoever.
Okay. And this will be a study of looking at potential growth and anticipated new traffic.
Yeah, it's focused mainly on the Costco impact and the supporting roadway. I think it would probably extend north past the S curve up there because there's some concern with the S curve as well.
Up to 100.
Yeah, well, I don't know all the way up to 100, but I mean, there's some improvements that need to be made. It's just, it's an issue with obviously what's the most bang for the buck. I mean, we got fiscally constrained, and so we've got to look at the options before we make a call.
Okay. Any further questions for the staff?
I have a few questions for Mr. Peoples. This is currently zoned R2, correct?
Correct.
So if somebody came in and wanted to build 3 homes per unit or acre or 4, if they did the upgrades.
Yep.
There's nothing we could do. We wouldn't be talking about this right now.
No, it would go straight to a primary plat.
So then another option then would be R3, which is, you said was 4 units, which would be 44.
Mm-hmm.
I guess my point here is when you were doing your informational update early on, you were talking about a secondary egress ingress was not available.
Yep.
And it would still not be available if it was an R2, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
So I guess my point is it's not available R2 or R4, but yet for an R4, we're going to put 110 units, 109 units here, and we don't have a secondary egress ingress. I guess I'm trying to figure out how we leapfrog from 2 to 3 to 4
Right.
and create a higher density for that area when it has some of its own limitations or challenges because they're egress ingress.
And that is a valid criticism of especially of our recommendation on this one. I mean, yeah, you could say that a R3 zoning with a cap at 3 or 5 or 4 or 5 units an acre, you're dealing, if it does the ordinance establish a threshold for something like this at 49 units, and that's what should be built here. The ordinance says, hey, if you've got 49 units, then you only need that one means of ingress and egress. And so if you want to develop it for a single family residential subdivision at 49 units, you go straight to a platting or whatever and get it done that way. I think from the standpoint of the staff, the reason we came down on this one the way we did is because we were trying to transition land uses through the site. That was the reason we did it. And you're right, it's probably, maybe a single family residential subdivision with a maximum density of 49 units would be better, but that's not a transition. And you're you're putting in the back of a single family residential right up against a commercial development, which from the planning standpoint just doesn't seem prudent. And that's the reason we came down for it on the way we did.
Well, I think the other thing that's difficult is the definition of multifamily apartments. And looking at this R4, to me, it's quasi multifamily based on your density.
Based on the density, from a standpoint of a building code, those building codes fall under the 1 and 2 family dwelling standards because they're attached single family. They do have a firewall in between them. But I guess, and I think they'll probably be taxed as single family because they'll be owned. Individual units will be owned. But yeah, from a bird's eye view, it does look like a multifamily residential development.
So then my question, in an R2, is there open space requirements? Parks, trails?
There will be, that would be a platting type of thing that we would look at. The subdivision or the subdivision regulations in the Unified Development Ordinance do require those things.
I understand this picture is only a conceptual drawing, but typically conceptual drawing becomes reality. And I don't see anything in there that would even be available for open space, for trails, for parks, swing sets, whatever it might be. So that's another concern that I have. And I get the word is transitional, I understand that, but so I have that issue, and then the roads don't line up to the Eden Gate egress ingress. I get it, because you've got to buy those homes. Those people probably don't want to sell their home. That's fine. And as Mr. Guckenberger said, there's another project right up the road. And we also know that there's going to be potential projects on this road. And I understand that we've engaged a traffic study consultant to do a study. It's kind of like we're getting the cart before the horse here. We're going to have to do a study no matter how you look at it. But if we fully improve all these properties before we have a traffic study, we're going to already be in a world of hurt. So those are some of my comments that I have.
Any further questions for staff? Okay, let the petitioner come forward. Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam President, members of the commission, good evening. My name is John Moore. My address is 50 South Meridian Street, Indianapolis, Indiana. Here tonight on behalf of your petitioner, Lennar Homes. With me in the crowd, I have Tony Bagato from Lennar Homes. And as Ms. Ransberg noted, this petition was heard by this board on May 23rd of this year. My partner, Brian Toohey, presented at that hearing. He has a conflict tonight, so I am here. At the end of that hearing, this matter was continued to tonight so that notice could be resent out to correct a little glitch in the address that was in the prior notice. As has been discussed, Lennar is seeking to rezone approximately 11 acres on the west side of North County Road 900E, which is just north of Costco. There's the site there. Mr. Peoples did a good job of laying this out. As he noted, we have heavy commercial to the south, the Costco, future commercial to the south, the YMCA Regional and Hendricks Regional Health to the west. We have residential and a church use to the north, and then single-family residential, the Eden Gate Paired Homes to the east. If we look at the zoning of this area, I've got a star there where this side is that's zoned R2. You see the C2 commercial to the south. We have PUD to the west. To the north, we've got some county property as well as in some Avon property that's zoned ag. And then to the east, we have property zoned R4 and R5. And some of the questions were why seek to rezone this to R4? It's R2, you got R3, you got R4. And the simple answers to that are one, to get to townhomes, we start at R3. So townhomes aren't permitted in R2. So townhomes are permitted in R3, R4, and R5. The densities that are permitted in those classifications, R3 is 4 units per acre. R4, which we're seeking, is 10 units per acre. And R5 is 24 units per acre. So those are where we fall with the townhomes. And quite frankly, 4 units per acre for a townhome project just does not make sense. I doubt you'll ever see one of those come through here. That's just the reason we do the townhomes is for a higher density. And so that's really not feasible to go to R3 for what we're seeking to do here. The R4 does fit with this site. We believe that the transitional use between the heavy commercial to the south, the townhome use is a viable use. It's unlikely in my opinion, that you would see this property developed as single-family residential because of the Costco there. And also because that if you were to limit that to single-family homes, just the cost of those homes are going to be such that someone buying at that price point isn't going to want to live next to a Costco busy commercial use. So that's how we arrived at the R4, and the R4 in the ordinance does establish a minimum density, which we have, in conceptual plan, have agreed or have met. As Mr. Peoples pointed out, we have not gone to the point of plating or engineering and things like that, but we obviously will have to meet the ordinance when we do that. We have to meet all the setbacks, the turning radiuses for school buses, fire and so forth. And we will certainly do that. So Lennar is proposing the Village Place townhomes. Townhomes are 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths. They'll be approximately 1,700 to 1,800 square feet. They will all have attached 2-car garages. The architectural standards will meet or exceed the requirements in the UDO that was recently adopted for detached single-family homes. They will have sodded yards. Estimated price will be in the 300s, and the maximum number of townhomes would be 109. Someone did point out, and I'll talk here in a minute about Lennar's development, Camden, the townhome development they're developing. And I saw in one of the letters in the packet about the price of townhomes in Camden. One thing to note is that when Camden was developed, we've seen about a 30% increase in material costs since that time. That obviously results in the increase of the cost of a townhome. And that's why we're pretty confident that these would end up being priced in the $300,000 range. You've seen the conceptual layout for the site. A couple things I will note on this conceptual layout. There is a tree line to the north of the property. And there was a comment in the packet about maintaining that tree line. Lennar, it's obviously in our best interest to maintain those trees. It's good for the development. And so we will maintain trees wherever we can. Sometimes, obviously, utilities and so forth require some cleaning of some existing trees. But for the most part, that tree line will stay there north to the property. And then that also continues the theme of the transition from the heavy commercial to the south to the single-family residential to the north. I pointed out that Lennar has another townhome community in Avon, Camden. Camden is located to the west of Ronald Reagan Parkway, just north of County Road 100 North. Now that development, these photographs I'm going to show you, these are actual photographs from Camden. That development was approved prior to the new UDO. So some of the architectural features that will be in this new development are not in Camden because they weren't required under the old ordinance, such as brick wainscot around the units and so forth. And like I mentioned, Lennar is committed that the townhomes will meet or exceed the architectural requirements for detached single-family homes in the new UDO. Another photograph from Camden. Doesn't show well on the screen here, but you can see in your package, just shows a mix of colors and facades that'll be used throughout the development for the townhomes. Right there's a picture of a 4-unit building. As Mr. Peoples pointed out, these buildings will have runs from 4 to 6 townhomes per building. Talk a little bit about the street access. That was discussed. Mr. Peoples explained that well. The ordinance requires that if you have more than 49 units, that you have 2 means of access to a street. This property only has about 245 feet of frontage on County Road 900. And so it's not feasible to have a second access there. Instead, there'll be the one boulevard access. Lennar has gone to Costco, gone to the fire department. I mean, obviously, the primary reason for the second access is that in the event you have a fire on the west side of the property, and at the same time you have a car accident at 900 and the access road blocking the entrance, then rescue personnel would have the access through the Costco parking lot into the subdivision so that they could find their way to that fire. That would be a gate with a Knox box on it, which is a system where the safety personnel all have a key, a master key that allows them to access that, doesn't allow the public to access that, that would get them in there. In the event that you had that situation happen where there was a pretty major accident, would be required there at 900 in the entrance to completely block that access for someone to try to get through.
Can I interrupt you real fast?
Yes,
You're
sir.
talking about that access road. Have you talked to the church about putting an access road onto their property? Because I would imagine there's going to be less activity at that church during the week than there is at Costco. So you're going to have more vehicles, more activity at Costco if you're going to have to reroute through that parking lot versus through the church.
We run into the problem with the required 1,200-foot separation onto the same street. We would not meet that standard going through the church property.
Did you ask for a variance?
Let's go ahead and let the petitioner finish his presentation.
So, but just given the nature of what that entrance, the intent of requiring that entrance, we believe this is a good solution, and we've met with Avon Fire, and they are on board with this as well for the second access. As the staff report points out, there's discussion about the emergency access drive, talks about the compromise reached by the petitioner after conferring with Avon Fire. There are 4 conditions to that access: proper signage, width of the drive, what it'll support, a gate with a Knox pad on it, and an agreement for how it'll be maintained during the winter, which would be by our homeowners association to maintain that. And we've agreed to all 4 of those requests and requirements. As Mr. Peoples pointed out, staff is recommending that the commission forward this with a favorable recommendation to the town council. Goes through the criteria for the rezoning and finds that the staff finds that a higher density residential use may serve as a more effective and preferable land use buffer between the high intensity commercial uses to the south and the lower intensity estate homes to the north. Secondly, the properties to the south are overwhelmingly commercial in nature, whereas the properties to the north and east are predominantly residential. Single-family attached residences could serve as an effective transitional use between these 2 contrasting uses and districts. Third criteria, staff finds the proposed use for the subject site to be favorable and desirable when considering the location and configuration of the property. Number 4, staff believes this proposal would serve as a more preferable use of budding Prairie Manor subdivision to the north than the area retail discussed in the comprehensive plan, and would serve to conserve property values of nearby properties and throughout the jurisdiction. And number 5, responsible development and growth. This request would develop a historically vacant infill lot with an effective transitional use. It is consistent with the specialty housing designation located immediately north of the subject site. Mr. Peoples did point out staff has requested 2 commitments as part of this rezoning request. Lennar has agreed to both of those. There'll be no dwellings, apartment buildings small, and dwellings, apartment building large. Those will be prohibited. And required architectural standards shall be that of single-family detached dwellings as required by the new UDO. We agreed to both of those. So in summary, we've got a site. It's approximately 11 acres. It's uniquely shaped. It's an infill site between commercial and residential. We're seeking to rezone it to R4. Given our options of rezoning for townhomes, that's the one that makes the most sense and is viable with respect to the property. The current concept plan is 109 townhomes. Obviously, that's subject when we come to platting and engineering, but that would be the max. 3 bedrooms, 2.5 bathroom townhomes, approximately 1,700, 1,800 square feet, priced in the 300s, and staff is recommending that the Plan Commission forward this with a favorable recommendation to the town council. So with that, I thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Questions for the petitioner?
When was that price estimate last configured?
I'm sorry, what was that?
The estimated price, when was that last calculated?
A couple weeks ago? Yeah.
And you believe that that price point for units of this size are workable in Avon?
I'll defer to Mr. Bragato to that. I mean, you're, sure, why don't you step up? Your name and address.
Yeah. Tony Bagato with Lennar Homes, 11555 North Meridian Street, Suite 400 in Carmel. But yeah, this is ran from, we looked at the numbers of cost of construction. We started Camden in 2021 versus the cost of material, labor, and even land cost. We anticipate those to be at least 50,000 or more higher, and we do believe that that's doable with this site. With that price point for this market, we think with Costco and the YMCA, this is a good fit, and that would be a desirable piece of property at that price.
So I guess my question was, you believe the market will bear that?
Currently, we do, yes, yeah.
Could you clarify in your conversation, and I could have written this down wrong. You thought it made more sense because of the cost, I'm assuming of housing, material, labor, to put an R4 in there than the cost of a single family home. So I guess I just want you to clarify that.
Well, I was not only that's the cost, but also then, you know, you have to have a buyer. And the cost of a home, single family home of what, if you talked about 30 or 40 single family homes there, people who'd be buying that price point typically aren't going to be interested in living right next to that heavy commercial use to the south. And I think that's what's recognized by the staff when we talk about land use and the traditional housing use between that heavy commercial use and then the single family to the north.
What about the single families to the north and those people that paid a higher cost for their homes? Are they being penalized or not, or?
Well, I don't think that this will have any negative effect on their property values to the north here. I mean, this is an infill vacant site that is going to be developed with, you know, quality townhomes that you saw to provide a nice buffer from the commercial to the south. Yeah, go ahead.
And I'd like to respond to that too. I mean, the market is what drives the price of homes. And so with a townhome and our home sizes, they're not the same as those home sizes. So when those homes go on the market for sale and resale, the appraiser has to look at homes comparable to those. They wouldn't compare them to ours. So our homes, you know, our townhomes would be impacted by the price of other townhomes. There's a project directly on the other side of the road on the west side, or east side, I'm sorry. So those would be the comparables. So the comps for those homes wouldn't be put at our level. We're individual lots, but we're attached versus detached, and so they wouldn't be used at that same value.
My last questions, are these rentals or homeowners?
These are for sale units. So, I mean, we can't control who buys them. We don't know if someone comes and buys them and wants to be use it as a rental property, but we are a home builder. We are not selling them, or I mean, we're not leasing them or renting them. We will be selling them to individual buyers and who buy those units. So each unit has its own lot, and so they own the backyard, as well as the townhome unit that they're in.
So if it's an individual buyer and that individual buyer ends up being a rental conglomerate through the company, you're going to sell it to them. Doesn't matter who they are.
Yeah, I mean, we have to there's fair housing laws that we have to follow. So if we try to restrict that, we could be sued. So we could, once the HOA is turned over to the owners, they could put in covenants and change the CCNRs and put in a restriction, how many rental units, a percentage, certain number, and then they would be responsible for that. But we have not committed to that as the builder because, again, being the second largest builder in the country, I think we're an easy target for a lawsuit if we tried to do that. And so that's where we would just really defer until it's after complete and let the homeowners provide that in the CCNRs.
Is there a calculation that you use to determine the number of vehicles for a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath house versus a 1-bedroom home?
I mean, I'm not a traffic engineer. They use traffic trip manuals that are based on the use of single family. I don't think they break them down, in my experience, by a 1-bedroom house versus a 3-bedroom townhome. They would look at single family attached versus single family detached, and there'd be a general range that traffic manual would have. I don't anticipate it would be more than a traditional single family from our experience in using traffic studies. And one of the reasons with the traffic impact for our project, if any improvements were identified, we only have about a little over 200 feet of frontage. So each one of these units, you would get a road impact fee that then the town, when they identify any impacts from that study that would be done later, these fees could pay for that. We don't see that. We would provide any improvements on our property because we have very little frontage. So it doesn't make sense for us to really, I think, do a traffic study because we wouldn't have any improvements that would help that intersection or that area really at all. So we would just offer to pay the fee. And again, with more units, you get more of the fee versus an R3. So that's where we would see that, the advantage here is just to pay the fee that the city already requires, and then you would use that towards the improvements that are needed.
The reason why I ask is typically the schools have a calculation of how many students will come out of a single family or a 1-bedroom home or 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom. And certainly the more students or more individuals you put in that home, then you have more cars. I guess that's what I'm getting at. So even if you only had 109 units, 1 car per unit, that's still 109. And that's why I asked if there was some formula that you use to calculate more vehicles based on more bedrooms.
Yeah, in my experience, there's none. I don't know if Bill is aware. From my review of the generation trip manual that's used by engineers, it's based on use, not by the number of bedrooms in a structure.
That's correct. The trip generation manual doesn't specify the number of bedrooms in either attached or detached single family. It essentially is not intended to get down to that level of detail. It's tended to be thrown over large developments, and so it's a general factor for the entire development that's generated per dwelling unit and not necessarily by the number of rooms in the dwelling unit itself.
And if I can add, I can just give you my real world experience of being a townhome dweller. My townhome community, we're at 52 units, and we have one little bugger in the development, and he is a newborn, and I suspect that they'll be moving within the next 3 or 4 years. As those kids get older, they typically go find a single family home. So that's the only kids in our development. The rest of folks are either young professionals or people getting up there like me, empty nesters.
Is there any evidence or, support in the record that supports your position that a developer would not put in a single family? Again, I get your experience, but I don't see anything, evidence that shows that R2 would not work here.
It's hard to prove a negative, but what I would, but I would say, I mean, this property has been there for a little while, and zoned R2 now. The two developments that have come forward have both been, the first one I understand was multifamily, this one being the townhome project. I know Lennar does do single family development. I represent a lot of single family developers, and none of them have identified this site to me as being viable for single family homes. But I can't guarantee, I mean, to your
So
point.
just to clarify, make sure I understand what I hear you saying is that in order to justify the cost of building single-family homes, the price point of those homes would be so high that there would be no buyers for those homes because of the location. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, correct. I mean, we would estimate about 600,000 or more. At the lower density for the land value alone, you would need easily 500, but easily, I mean, $600,000 homes, and we just don't think this site's not going to warrant that. It's next to Costco. You got high traffic. You got the back of Costco with loading trucks in and out. And then even though a church is a good transitional use for single family, this one would be in the middle of two single families and Costco to the south. It wouldn't warrant that. And that land will never sell for that price,
Okay.
at least for single family, in our opinion. And we build single family homes, and that's not what we would buy it for.
Any further questions for the petitioners from the committee? In that case, we open it up to public comment. I would remind audience members, we've got quite a few people here, that if you're hearing comments being made that have been previous, that are similar to yours, you might choose to let that comment stand. Do we have anybody signed up for comments?
We have three. First, Tim Pettigrew.
Okay. And we remind members of the audience to state your name and address.
I've got PowerPoint.
Little arrows on either side of that board. You want one over here?
Gotcha. My name is Tim Pettigrew. I live at 8854 Prairie Trail in Prairie Manor. My neighborhood is to the north of this project. We went around and we conducted a survey, and it was a survey from Prairie Manor and from houses along 900 East. So the survey with the neighbors, what we found, and 3 different items was on the document. Basically, housing density is way too large for this area. We have problems with cheaper quality homes going in, and we also have traffic congestion of 900 East. We have a problem currently on 900 East with Costco. Now you're talking about adding 109 more townhouses. Plus, you're talking about adding a possibility of 40 rental homes. That's all coming onto 900 East. That's a problem now. The housing density, you talked about R2. You were talking roughly an 800 square foot home for $300,000. That is doable. So the townhouses, yes, I understand that makes them a lot of money. However, that is too many housing units in a small area that stopped us from coming out of our neighborhood. Okay.
Thank you.
So survey results, property owners, we had 22 property owners oppose and 30 signatures on that document. So how many property owners contacted the Planning Commission, said this would be a great thing for the town of Avon? Do we have a number for that? No one contacted. Amazing. So 30 signatures said no. We had 0 that said, great idea, gang, let's go for it. Okay, we are opposed to this project as submitted, and it should be stopped. Too many problems associated with it. Earlier, we talked about the traffic survey. That is critical, and it must include not only Costco, it needs to include this proposal, and it needs to include the proposal for the possible 40 rental houses that are in the next proposal. To the north, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person who signed up.
Dinesh Patel.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Dinesh Patel, and I am residing 8879 Prairie Trail across the stream home. And I'm strongly opposed to this home. Although home too much traffic. I've been living last 4 years. Like first year, no problem. Lately, we have Costco bill. We have a lot of traffic facing. There are too many homes in one place. And also, the north of the 40 rental home, we don't know what's going to happen. So I am strongly opposed this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Tracy Howard.
Hello, my name is Tracy Howard. I live at 8809 Prairie Trail. Thank you for having this meeting tonight because I was going to be here last time, but I was indisposed, couldn't make it. But me and my wife turned in a letter for the last meeting. Try not to repeat what my neighbor Tim said. I oppose the townhomes going in. I think it's way too many units. I like it to stay zoned the way it is. My backyard would butt up right to their property. It used to be a good buffer with the church property because it went all the way to the YMCA, but when BAPS sold it, they split their property, like, to make it L. So that church was a good transition because it buffered the entire neighborhood, which now they're trying to take that away from the buffer. So I oppose that. I wish it would still be the entire lot going all the way to the YMCA. That's going to put a road right on the other side of the tree line if they don't take the tree line away on my backyard. All right, there'd be a road right on the other side, so I oppose that. From the look of their plan, there's no green space for children to play, a park, dogs. I think a good transition would be a park, right? An Avon Park on that side of Avon would be nice. And I think that's all that I have, but I do oppose it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else signed up to speak?
We've got Raymond Albee.
Okay.
Name is Raymond Albee. We live at 506 North County Road 900 East, which is right in the middle of the S curve. In fact, our driveway is the one that goes to the west, right in the center of that S curve. We have so much traffic coming up and down that road every day. And there's a couple of times in the morning and a couple of times in the afternoon, it's backed up all the way to 36, which is exactly a half a mile from our driveway. And now we're talking about adding 109 more housing units in there. And this is all statistic. You can look this up online. Each house is going to have an average of 2.5 cars, right? Which brings that up to 272 vehicles are going to be in there for that 110 vehicles. It's statistically known that each one of those vehicles is going to come and leave approximately 4 times a day in a 24-hour period. That's going to add an additional 990 movements on 900 East. And they're not all going to go north, or they're not going to all go south. But as it stands right now, I have spent as long as 10 minutes sitting in my driveway in that S curve to try to get out because of the traffic coming from both directions. Plus, that S curve is dangerous to start with. On a weekly basis, we see 2 or 3 people a week run off that road. They've replaced the signs, the little curve signs up in there. For the 4th time last week, those signs have been replaced because of the way people drive through that area. So my wife and I are both deathly opposed to this. There's just going to be too much more traffic in the area. And I think it'd be a lot better off with 40 units versus 110. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Ron Fraser.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Ron Fraser. I live in 8806 Prairie Trail, so I live in that little section as well. Just to add on to the issue with the traffic, I have driven up to the 900 and sat there and finally turned around and just went back home. It wasn't worth trying to wait to get through because of the congestion that is on that road. The congestion goes past the Costco, down past our houses, and when they move people off onto that road, you just can't get out. It's crazy at the moment. But just in regards to what was presented before, I did have some issues with the presentation. One was they showed a nice green space between the apartments and our houses, and that's all going to go, because if they've got to put in all of the utilities, they're going to rip all that out. So there will be no green space. It's a very small green space currently, and that picture made it look like it was quite wide, and it's not. It's one tree line. There's not a thickness to it. Yeah, so you can see there, it looks quite thick. That's not the case at all. And our utilities all go through where that green space is, and I'm assuming that's where all their utilities will go through as well. So that's going to be ripped down. There will be no green space there, in my opinion. Another thing, they showed a photo of 4 townhouses together, and so that's what it looks like. But when I look at that plan, there is in one section there where there's 2 sections there where there's 4 townhouses. Most of them are 6. I'd like to know why you weren't shown a picture of what the 6 townhouses look like together. So I did have some concerns around that. I felt like we were smoke screened a little bit with that, because that's showing 4 there, but majority of those are 6, not 4 in that development. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, do I have to note that I oppose it, or is that accepted? Thank you.
I think we understand where you are. Next person.
There's no one else signed up.
Is there anybody sitting in the audience who would like to come up and speak? Sir?
Yes, good evening. Thank you for this forum. My name is David Schaefer. I live at 221 North County Road 900E. I'm basically the property right across from the church, just a little bit south. And I think what a lot of things is as others have said along here, I face the traffic situation as well. In fact, and when I came to this meeting, there was actually traffic heading north, stopped in front of my house, and in fact, basically across the front of my property, trying to get through the roundabout and head north. Also, the traffic heading south and the traffic heading north, by the time they decompress coming out of the S turn and they coming north off of Rockville Road, I've spent easily, routinely, 4 to 6 minutes just to get out of my driveway. I've actually gotten to the point where I've given up heading south because it's impossible to coordinate between north and south traffic. I work at the airport. I end up turning north, go up to 100 and over Ronald Reagan. So there is the traffic compression. Whether they say the studies and the amount of vehicles that are allowed in the unit area, it's already over the top. And then I think what they also should consider is when they finally develop the property on the west side of 900E that's north of 200, that needs to be factored in as well, because that's also going to come compressing down onto the commercial area that's been established by Costco, and also the property 100 east or 100 north, just east of 900, when they develop that area up that's also going to funnel into that. So the traffic is a congestion of 1,000 cuts. It needs to be factored in. And I oppose kind of thing. I think, as others have said, 109 units is just way too much. It's not designed for that. I don't know how, but my thing is, I would say I'm opposed to it just basically on traffic. And plus also, what would prevent that particular property, once it's released over to residents, to have an investor group come in, buy them all up, convert them to rentals? It happens. That's a big thing now, investing properties, buying them up, scoop them out. So that would be one major concern I have as well as also. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Sir? Oh. We don't want you to lose your phone. Other than phone retrieval, is there anybody else who would like to approach the podium? Okay.
Hi, Stacy Small. I'm at 830 Darlington Drive, which is in the Carolina Commons edition. So we're not right up next to this, but just from our experience, when homes are going for sale in our neighborhood, we are getting the rental purchasers continually. And so I wanted to echo that concern that, when you have that many units, I would suspect many of them will likely be rentals. And I think the gentleman commented earlier that, well, once we complete development and turn it over to the association, they can just, make a limit on rental property. It's just simply not that easy, because you have to have a significant majority. I know in our neighborhood, 75% of homeowners have to sign on to change those covenants to not allow the sale to rental folks. And what we find is that it is impossible to get that many people to actually engage. So in any event, having, the concern of having way too many rental properties, I think should be considered as well. Thank you.
If I may add one other thing, along with the rental property dialogue. I think that if you put in those 110 units, they will turn into rental properties. There's no way that you cannot guarantee that. And that's the main reason that it needs to stay. And the ideal that someone's going to spend 110 or 310,000 on a unit that they only own 2 of the walls and they share 2 walls and they have no yard, versus someone who will spend 500,000 on a home, they own all the walls and they have a yard. I think that's a ridiculous argument. I think lots of people will buy a home. If they're going to spend 310 for a unit where they don't own the whole thing, they'll spend 4 or 5 to own the whole thing and have a yard.
Okay,
So,
I would ask that petitioners speak only one time. I'd
Okay, I'm
let you do
sorry.
that, but thank you. Do we have anybody else who would like to speak?
Hi, my name is George Antal. I live at 8772 Prairie Trail. And this is a traffic-related response, but it's not about just congestion. When you do get a chance to come out of our subdivision, which is essentially one street, the S-curve is to your left, to the north. When you do get an opportunity to get out, you've got to get on the accelerator. So I look to the left, let's say I can't get out, there's nothing. I look to the right, there's a car coming, but I have a chance to get out. If I gun it to get on the road, what was nothing is now a car coming around the S-curve. It is very dangerous to get out of that street. And additional cars, it's not just that you can't get out. When you can get out, sometimes you can't get out. So it just creates a safety issue, in addition to not being able to get out. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? We have a lady in the back here.
Hello, my name is Elvita Clay. I live at 890 Carolina Way in Avon and in the Carolina Commons home development. And my husband and I are opposed to this. Already mentioned a number of times with traffic, even by the gentleman from Lennar, that people in a higher price point housing range wouldn't be interested in the already, his words were already high traffic area. So I want to point out that that's already, I think everyone agrees to that, even the builder themselves. My concern is just filling every nook and cranny in Avon. We moved from California 3 years ago. I know what it looks like to not be able to look at a green space because it's just filled with concrete or buildings, and it's been beautiful to come to Avon and come to Indiana and see open space. And every time I see more things popping up, that's concerning to me. It's just not desirable. It's just not something that we prefer. And I think generally, most of the people I think who've already spoken could speak to that too. So I'm trying to think. So one of the things mentioned also was about the number of people, or maybe the cars coming in and out of the new potential, the potential building. And someone mentioned, the gentleman from Lennar mentioned only like one child, the little booger lives. I have 5 little boogers and I love them. And so my concern is not little kids living in an area. My concern would be if there are little kids there, then green space is necessary. I've lived in enough places also that I've seen that multiple families sometimes live in single apartments or townhomes. And so I voiced that concern as well about investment companies buying and renting. My own dad he owns apartments and multiple rentals. And so in already existing areas that are set up for that. So I kind of see a lot of that firsthand. So anyhow, again, my husband and I oppose this new build. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else present who would like to speak? Sir, have you already spoken?
No.
Okay. We've had a lot of people up here.
People say they see me in the post office posters all the time.
Oh, there you go. That's where I recognize you. Okay, go
My
ahead.
name's Gene Reed. I live at 8833 Prairie Trail, which is at the north side of this development. Something that caught my ear, and I want to make sure I heard Mr. Pagano and their attorney right, was that to build single-family dwellings wasn't conceivable because it was going to cost some arbitrary figure of $600,000. Nobody would spend that kind of money because they wouldn't want to look at Costco. So, okay. I don't know where they pulled that figure out of the air, but I have an insurance agency. I deal with figuring replacement cost on homes every day. So that number, that's kind of like arbitrary. But the point being was, though, they will spend $300,000 to look at them same Costco buildings. I'm not sure I buy that. If they won't spend a few thousand more or 100,000 more, why do we expect that they're going to spend this money for that same thing? So it don't fly. It sounds like a contradiction in itself. That's all I got for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Okay, public comments are closed. Discussion. Yeah, go ahead.
And I don't want to, I'll only mention one substantive comment in response. I just did want to point out that we did present 3 photographs. 2 of those photographs had 6-unit townhomes and 1 had 4, but be that as it may, there's obviously there's a real concern, an issue about traffic, both from the commission and from the neighboring property owners. We were not requested to do a traffic study with this, but we think it's probably prudent for us to go ahead and do that, given the concerns we've heard. And whether that's working with the existing study going on with the Costco, whether it's working with Mr. Price and his client with what their development looks like up to the north. I haven't spoken to him, but we think that probably merits some further discussion, given the concerns with that. And so we would respectfully request to continue this matter for 60 days to give us time to look into what's going on with the Costco study and then also look into our own study so that we can get some answers as to the existing traffic levels and then the impact with any additional residential units, how that will affect the level of service on that road moving forward.
Thank you for your motion.
So when these types of instances come up, I believe it may be helpful to take the temperature of the commission as to their current thoughts. So if a continuance is moved and granted, that the commission provide their current state of mind so that if there are additional things that the developer should take into consideration, then they have it rather than waiting. If the continuance is granted, we come back again in 60 days and there's still concerns that it's not continued yet again. So that would be my thought, and I'm welcome to, I'm happy to share my thoughts right now as to this, if that's the
Please
sense.
share your thoughts.
So I appreciate the staff's perspective about having a transitional development between the Prairie Manor neighborhood as well as Costco and the other developments. But I am very, very concerned about the number of units in the proposed development of 109. On the one hand, I understand the petitioner's position about not wanting to do R3. But that to me is a much more natural transition than going from R2 to R4. And I'm still not entirely persuaded that R2 is not the right fit for this space. And also, I think we need to give adequate attention to the future land use cluster map. That's something that, our volunteers and others put together and something we just shouldn't cast aside. That's something we should consider in all things.
Jared, do we have a cluster map that we could put up there?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, that's fine.
So me personally, I'm not inclined at the current petition. I am very appreciative of the petitioner's, willingness to take on a traffic study, and if they are open to other potential revisions, that would be of interest. But as it stands right now, if the vote was held, I would vote to decline.
I'll share my thoughts too, that some of the things that I wrote down that I'd be concerned about that I would like to see you address is definitely density, because density goes to traffic, traffic goes to safety. That I do think there'll be, could say 1 car per unit, but I think it could be up as main 2 into the statistics that are quoted, which I'm sure we can find online, that 2.5 or whatever. So it is a lot of cars going out one entrance on the 900, which already has traffic issues. So I appreciate that you recognize that and want to join in on traffic study, which I think is sorely needed. But even with this development, I would like to see green space in that. I think that the town needs this type of housing within the town. I think there are appropriate places for that type of housing. This may not be that to get the density that you've indicated that you need to develop this area. I think there is that. If we don't do R4, will somebody want to come and develop that with the constriction or the restrictions or the impositions of having Costco right there? It may be better for commercial development, which is something to consider as a transition activity. But these are things I think that need to be taken into consideration, that along with the ingress and egress, it just, there's something, one entrance for all those cars going in and out when there's already issues there. It really seems to be, it does come back to traffic and the density. And I think that's something that I'd be looking for you to address significantly.
Anybody else have any thoughts?
Yes, I would make a comment. I live on Road 900, Stony Meadow. Been there for about 4 years. And I don't have any problem getting anywhere on 900 when I come and go. I think that the recommendation, if this is the best use for that particular tract of land, as noted in our recommendation from the staff here, I think that's probably the highest and best use for that tract in its location. And with my experience in assessing most of the properties in Washington Township that have been built in a lot of years, I would approve the request as made at this time.
Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, but comp plan calls for area retail. Would that not be a good transitional use?
It depends on what it is. I mean, if it's a retail land use, probably not, because you just have a Costco. But if you had some sort of office use, yes. I mean, that's office uses, multifamily, residential, churches, schools. Those are broadly the 4 categories we use to transition between single family and commercial and industrial.
There are alternatives.
There are.
alternative
Like I said,
transition
it's area retail is the comprehensive plan recommendation. That would be a C1, C2, C3 zoning classification.
Thank you.
I have a question also. And if I understand correctly, the church property went all the way over to the YMCA. But when this was divided up, then we ended up with this L-shaped parcel.
That is correct. Yeah, there was one church that owned that both of those. Originally, it was a shotgun north-south parcel long, goes all the way to 900. The church that owned those sold the church building and a small portion of that building, and then they kept the L-shaped parcel for future sale. So it's not under common ownership right now. It's one church owns the parcel that's currently has a church building on it, and a separate church entity owns the L-shaped property.
Gotcha.
I don't even think that they're in any way affiliated with each other anymore.
Okay. I guess my feeling is this land is going to be developed. It's not just going to sit empty. That's just the nature of it. It's an infill. It's going to be developed. And I guess the question comes down to, how is it going to be developed? You know, everybody loves to move someplace where there's lots of open space, and then they don't want anybody else to move there. And it's just kind of the nature of living in a growing community that there's always going to be people moving where we don't want people to be moving. If this is going to be a residential, which right now it's zoned R2, I have no reason not to believe the petitioner when they, I don't believe they're pulling numbers out of thin air. I believe that they are doing their due diligence in terms of determining what is the best residential use of this property. I have problems with the traffic. I think there's not a person in this room who isn't concerned about traffic on 900. I would be curious to know if there is a lesser density for this type of housing that would still be viable for the petitioner. I would like them to look at that. I like the idea of there being more green space, particularly on the north side of that short portion of the L. But this is going to be developed, and whether it's residential or it's office or if it's commercial, that's the balance that we have to address. I would like to ask Mr. Taylor if you could, because there's been a lot of concern expressed, if you could just briefly explain the current state of the law with regards to rental properties and the ability of people to buy single-family or attached single-family homes and turn them into rental properties.
Yeah, because of the Fair Housing Act, just like the petitioner said, we do not regulate that. Private parties may regulate that by covenants that run with the land, or they may do that by rule through their HOAs. I think the comments made actually by everyone were pretty accurate about that sometimes HOAs have a difficult time getting a majority to vote in an affirmative way in order to amend them. Some have difficulty being viable and being sustained. That's kind of the story with HOAs. But federal law, it's a discriminatory law, says that you cannot regulate whether properties are owned and rented. And so in the zoning ordinance, we leave that issue alone. And I think it sounds like your petitioner has the same policy for the same reasons and we actually had litigation. If you've been here a long time like me, we actually had litigation once in which the town tried to force a petitioner to have a no rental covenant, and that was challenged, and we're not going to win those. We're not going to win those cases. So it's not our issue. Landowners can enter into private covenants to protect themselves for some things, but the anti-discrimination laws still apply. So you can't have a covenant that says no one who is of this heritage can live in our subdivision. You can't do that. And in the federal court size, the housing restrictions regarding rent are just as invalid. And so I understand why people don't want that. Like I said, I think their comments are valid, but our zoning ordinance intentionally does not try to regulate in that area because we are not allowed to.
So there'd be nothing preventing an investment group from coming in and buying 80% of these properties and turning them into rentals.
That's right. And there's no law against that. If that's what people want to do, they could also buy $1 million home or a $2 million home. And but again, not our issue. We don't regulate that. We should not regulate that. That's what the federal law says. Fair Housing Act has been around for a long time, since the 1960s. And so it's just not our issue. I understand it may be an issue. And we say the same thing. That's a landowner issue that they have to solve themselves because only they can make those sorts of covenants.
Okay. Is there any discussion about petitioner's request for continuance?
Do they have that right?
I'm not sure a traffic study is actually going to change the layout of this, the proposal in any meaningful way. I'm not sure continuing this to a later date is going to do anything but kick the ball down the field. I don't believe that a traffic study is going to change what we're being presented today. I don't know that kicking that ball 60 days down the field is going to provide any further change of evidence, change of information.
The only response I would say to that is what part of the traffic study, what it would do is, if you look at 100 units, it'll say, all right, it'll do this to a level of service. If you look at 30 units, it'll do this to a level of service. And if those are very wide numbers, I think that gives us our answer, what we're looking for. But if there's no difference in the level of service, well, then we'll have other discussions. I think that's what we don't know right now is what impact we'll have based on different levels of density in this space. And so if you're looking at, oh, well, if you got it to 100 units, does that make a difference? Well, that'd be good to know. If it's got to be at 50 units, well, then I think we know that we might have not a viable project here. So that's, I guess, the answer that it would give us, given the concern that's been raised. We would have done it if it would have been requested earlier, but given this number of townhomes, didn't think it was necessary. But in discussions here, listening to this and listening to comments from the board, we just feel it's prudent.
Assuming the traffic study, let's say the traffic study comes back and it says, no, the current number of units being proposed in traffic is negligible. Again, for me, the number of units is still a concern. Is that, if the traffic study comes back and says that number of units is appropriate, or is the petitioner not willing to budge on the number of units, assuming that, or are they still willing to budge on the number of units based on feedback from the commission?
We have to have those discussions. I hear the board.
I'm sorry, what's that?
I hear what the board has said, and we have to have those discussions. We understand that as well.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm always willing, when a petitioner is showing a willingness to work with the board and to listen to what the community is saying. I always feel like petitioners should be given the opportunity to try and be good neighbors. I would not object to a motion to continue, would be my position.
I wouldn't be opposed, but just knowing where I'm coming from, it would need to be a significant reduction in the number of units. And again, I'm not persuaded yet as to why we couldn't do an R3 and why we're making the jump to R4. So I just want to make sure that the petitioner knows at least where I'm coming from, so they don't waste their time.
Mr. Taylor, they're talking about a traffic study, but I think it's more than just this development. There's another one coming up that's going to be to the north. I know of at least 3 parcels right across from the entrance to Costco that are being purchased subject to zoning. So I guess my question is, when they do that study, can they take all those future developments into consideration when they do it, or do they just do their own development and not worry about the other ones? Because I think that would be an unjust traffic study.
Yeah. The scope of the traffic study can be, the Planning Commission has the power and the authority to require traffic studies of a scope that you define. Now, there are different restrictions about whether you can allocate cost of traffic impacts from all over. Yeah, those are 2 very different issues. But if you're concerned about how this project will affect the bigger area and how others are, then what we've done in the past is, frankly, sometimes the town has just done their own traffic study of that broader picture. Sometimes we've asked petitioners to do it, but again, you'll often you would hear Mr. Cannon or Mr. Moore talk about what they are going to require of a petitioner in terms of sharing the cost of needed improvements that are necessitated by those traffic impacts. Again, as Mr. Moore said earlier, there's a very limited frontage here, so their exposure is going to be, and actually this is a smaller project than some we've seen. So, but in terms of the overall traffic, if you're concerned about a much larger area, we might just require that kind of scope, work with the petitioner on that, and perhaps another petitioner tonight to try to get a picture of how these are going to work together. But the law gives you the ability to require whatever traffic studies you think you need. These have to be reasonably related, but I think we've heard a lot about traffic tonight. So you could, what I would do is recommend that you have your staff work with the petitioner on the specifics of the scope, what area wants to be studied. You want to be studied so that it includes not just a kind of a smaller area. And again, as you heard, the town has already engaged an engineer about a study, and it might even be possible to have them accelerate this particular area and get something back and share that with both petitioners and make that available. It may be possible to fast track that area, but I don't know how far the engineer is in that, but that might be worth noting. If we're already studying it, we may just want to talk to our own engineer. So I think it's something that we would ask the petitioner to work with staff on. That traffic study would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Bill, what is the scope of the traffic study along 900 currently? I'm thinking perhaps,
The one the town is doing?
correct.
I don't know the answer to that. What they're trying to do is find alternatives to enhance the efficiency of traffic out there.
But are we talking like from 36 to 100 north, or do you just not know?
I think it's 36 through the S curve. I don't know if it goes all the way to 100 north or not. It might only be a half a mile. But I don't think it goes all the way to 100 north. I think there's a little S curve there, and I think it stops right there. But I am not entirely certain on that.
Okay.
So this is what I would propose, but I don't want to cut discussion off unless others have something, is that we move to continue on condition that the staff works with this developer and the developer of Sycamore, and that the scope of said project be from US 36 to 200 north, and that it looks at not only the impact, but what improvements would need to occur and projected cost of said improvement.
Did you say to 200
200
north?
north?
200 north. If the commission thinks that's out of scope, please speak up, but that's what
That's
I'm
up past
proposing.
the fire station. It would probably be a good idea.
Yeah.
I think that's reasonable.
Bill, does traffic studies include accident analysis with?
Normally, no. Normally, I mean, because the purpose of the traffic study, from the standpoint of the staff.
Had moved from our attorney.
The town already keeps that data. Accident analysis is required as part of our risk management policy. So it's not as part of the traffic study, but we do have that information.
Okay, thanks, Dan.
You're not wrong.
I'm glad I wasn't. At least there was one time I wasn't wrong tonight.
Do we have a motion?
I move that we can approve the petitioner's request to continue this for 60 days on condition that the staff work with this petitioner as well as the subsequent petitioner on Sycamore, if applicable, that a traffic study be conducted for the purposes of the scope being US 36 to 200 north for not just impact, but also recommendations for improvement and costs and et cetera.
Did you get that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would second
Do
that
we have a
motion.
second? Do we have a second?
I second the motion.
Okay.
Jason White,
Aye.
Harold Heiser,
Aye.
Paul Guckenberger,
For.
Kathy Brandsburg,
4.
Dave Kaufman,
4.
Greg Susan,
4.
Robert Pogue.
4.
Thank you all for your time tonight.
I would like to say we take a 5-minute recess.
Oh, yeah, as he always does.
We now move on to agenda item number 6.1. If everybody could please take their seats. Bring conversations to a close, please. We are back on the record and in our streaming.
DPR 2210, Bubba's 33. This is a request for approval of a development plan to approve a 7,575 square foot restaurant on a essentially 2-acre property at 8748 East US 36, which is located in Tier 1 of the US 36 overlay and is Zone C2. The request does have a waiver of the UDO Section 2.103A, and that is the building articulation requirements of the Ronald Reagan corridor, the US Highway 36 overlay district that requires a articulation of the building on buildings that have a facade longer than 60 feet long. They have to have a 3-foot articulation into the building. And the petitioner is proposing to allow the metal awnings to be substituted for the building articulation. There is a significant petition history with this development with Harvest Landing. The one that's directly applicable to this petition is VAR 2202, which was the Bubba's 33 parking variance that the Board of Zoning Appeals approved in April of this year. And that was to allow them to have 4 rows of parking between the front of their building and US 36. There is another case, and it was the development plan review petition for the Harvest Landing Lot 7 development, which is the multi-tenant retail center that's under construction immediately to the east of this property. And they did have a waiver of the then 15% rule that would allow them to build excess parking on their site, and the Plan Commission did approve that when the Lot 7 development was proposed. This is the site right here. It is adjacent to Satori Point. That's the Zaxby's. That's Lot 7, which has the multi-tenant retail center. There's Costco up front, and the Hendricks Regional Health and the YMC down here, and then a string of automobile sales uses to the south of the property. This, as I said, is a request for a development plan to allow the construction of a restaurant on this property. The revised plans have been reviewed by the staff and by the other interested parties that they're associated with our technical advisory committee. And the request that you have before you does comply. The revised plans comply with the requirements of the Unified Development Ordinance, except for 2 issues. One of them you've already heard, the 4 rows of parking between US 36 and the front of the building. The Board of Zoning Appeals dispatched that property or that issue when they approved a variance on this on that standard. The second one is, and as you've already heard, our building articulation issue, where our ordinance requires a 3-foot articulation in buildings. If it's a 60-foot, you can go 20-foot, you articulate out or recess in 3 feet and extend for 40 feet, and then recess out or extend in. The idea behind that, of course, is to build architectural distinction into the buildings so they just don't look like bland, long facades. The other issue with this site that is not really a waiver or a variance issue is just something atypical with this development, and that is the restaurant use does require 162 spaces, and they've only proposed 136 spaces on the site. But the ordinance in Section 6 does allow properties to share parking. And as you heard earlier, the Lot 7 multi-tenant retail center does have excess parking. The Plan Commission did approve a waiver that would allow them to have more parking than the maximum they were required, they were allowed to have under the old ordinance. And there is a recorded parking easement in place between Lot 7 and Lot 8 for those 2 properties to share parking. So while it's atypical to have a restaurant especially underserve their site with parking. They have sufficient parking amongst the two land uses to serve both land uses. With respect to the waiver, the petitioner has submitted a waiver request for the articulation requirements, and their justification is that they have incorporated into the design of their structure architectural distinction through the use of metal awnings and what are essentially corner extensions at each of the corners and at the entrances of their buildings. Of course, the intent of the provision, as I've already said, is not to have long stretches of facade with little or no architectural distinction, to break up those facades with something to make them more attractive. And in this instance, the petitioner has incorporated, as I said, the brick corner projections and the metal awnings into the facade to meet the intent of the ordinance. And they've supplied findings that seem to support the waiver and their assertion. And this is a photograph of an existing Bubba's 33. It shows how the metal awnings. Now, this is a little bit different from what they've proposed in that the covered parking is going to, or the covered eating area, outside dining, but covered, it's going to be in the other side of the structure. But this basically shows how they have incorporated the metal awnings and the corner and entrance posts to provide the architectural distinction on the building. This is the site layout showing the 4 parking spaces, 4 rows of parking in front, where they intend to locate it. And this is the architectural elevations of the building as they've proposed, both the rear and the sides. We do recommend approval of the waiver request. We concur with the petitioner's assertion that they have incorporated some projections into their facades that sort of meet the intent of the ordinance. And we do recommend approval of the development plan subject to the 3 conditions shown up there on the screen. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Bill, with respect to the parking easement, is that a matter that up for our review, or that was just an FYI?
No, it was an FYI. I just wanted you to know that the matter of fact, this is the first case I've dealt with in the 2 years a year and a half I've been here, where we've had this shared parking issue. And I just wanted you to know that this is an atypical thing, that we have a shared parking. They're not providing all their parking on site. They're using a shared parking agreement, which is perfectly permissible by the ordinance standards.
My only question that went with that was, with that easement, I think you said they needed 162, they have 136. How many are available in that easement?
Well, they have availability for the entire parking lot of Lot 7, because of the entire parking lot within 300 feet of their ordinance or their building. However, when Lot 7 was developed, I want to say they had 42 excess parking spaces than what the ordinance required, than the maximum that the ordinance allowed at that time. So they were above the maximum that was permitted. And the reason they did that is because it's retail standards, and the retail standards change depending on what you incorporate into the tenant spaces. And that particular tenant spaces is going to fill up with a lot of restaurants, which would have increased their parking. But there should still be sufficient parking for both the tenants within Lot 7 and the patrons of Bubba's 33.
Thank you.
Bill, there was a comment from you, I see, about you couldn't find the required bicycle parking. Was that
They've
addressed?
incorporated it.
They have, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't see it in there.
Yeah, the revised plans they submitted have bicycle parking in it.
Bill, one of your concerns was multiple planes for the roof surface. I understand they brought back some revised planes, moving the pillars, adjusting the pillars. Is it your opinion that meets that requirement?
There is, yeah. The original plan that they proposed had a flat roof. It had a parapet, but it requires 2 of the 4 issues in the US 36 corridor. And what they have done is extended those corner posts up so that you have, and then the entryways have that curved entryway that extends over the roof. So they have the parapet, and my interpretation of the ordinance would say that they've met the 3 different planes that they're required for a flat roof structure.
Another one of the concerns you mentioned, and I believe they've adjusted their light output photometric outline, if I'm saying that right, that now meets the intent. But I'm seeing that curb cut off of Charles Nelson Drive is dark.
It is, yeah.
Is there I also understand that that's not a requirement. There's no limitation to the light power on that side of the road or near those curb cuts.
Yeah, so the way the ordinance is written, where the access point hits a public street or an access drive, we as the staff don't require them to meet that 0.3 of a foot candle at those access points. And so we want to encourage, in fact, people to put basically a street light at their entrance. So if you're driving at night, you can drive through and see the entry point without,
I think that's exactly the point I'm getting to. I feel like with it being so dark, that seems like it could be a safety concern or a traffic hazard. Is there a way that we can make that a commitment to put a street lamp to cover that area?
There's no ordinance requirements. We could ask the petitioner, if the petitioner agrees to it, sure that we could. It is a DPR, so we wouldn't necessarily be allowed to require them to do that.
Getting no's from my attorney.
Cannot compel.
Okay.
But if you
Can be-
would
can be
suggest
requested,
it and the
but it's not a
petitioner would
requirement
agree.
for the DPR. Is that how I'm kind of understanding that?
Yeah.
Is the petitioner here? We can ask.
Oh, I'm sure they
Ask that
are.
request.
I sure hope so. They're there.
Is that all right, Madam President? Ask the petitioner.
Can we
if
wait
it's
until
all
they
right.
do the presentation?
Forgive me then. Yes, we'll wait till then. I'm done. My questions are finished.
Are there any further questions for staff? I do have a question. And this harkens back to the previous meeting that I was at with regards to 2 front yards. Is this a property that has, in essence, 2 front yards?
Mhm. Yeah, it
has
is.
The rear elevation, is it what we would normally require or what they're?
No, yeah, it's a rear elevation on that. Now, lot 7, you did require them to do a little bit more than what they proposed. It still looks like a rear elevation, but there's still the articulation. I think that the rear elevation in here meets the intent of the ordinance, except for the one waiver they're requesting. But you're right, it doesn't necessarily look like a front facade, but it's not as bland as lot 7's original submission was.
It's just to make sure of the geography that they have 2 thoroughfares.
Yeah, because they've got Dr. Charles Nelson Drive and US 36.
Any further questions for staff? Okay, can the petitioner please step forward?
Good evening. My name is Brandon Goldberg. I'm with Greenberg Faro. We're the designers for the Bubba's 33 restaurant, and we are located in Arlington Heights, Illinois, 21 South Evergreen Avenue, Suite 200. Thank you. As mentioned, this is going to be a 7,575 square foot full service restaurant, with their specialty being pizza, burgers, and beer. It will be open Monday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. However, on Friday and Saturday, it will be open from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Again, we are located on Lot 8 in the Harvest Landing Development. Due to our geography and our 2 frontages, we are showing as much parking as we can physically fit on site. And other than that, I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
I'm gonna go ahead and hit you. Can we get
I think I know it's coming.
I obviously can't make a commitment, but can we request that you put a street lamp in over the curb cut onto Charles Nelson Drive? Again, just bringing some light to that area so it's not so dark. I show on the photometric output or outline that we're showing 0 foot candles for the entire length of that. So correct me if I'm wrong, that would be completely dark. There would be only natural light that might present that.
While I can't agree to it right now, I would have to run it by my client, Texas Roadhouse, which is, this is a franchise of theirs. I don't think they would have an issue with it, but I just can't agree to it right now.
Understood. And I think my town attorney told me that I can't make it a requirement anyway, so
I will go on record saying that I will suggest it.
thank you. Thank you.
You strongly recommend.
I strongly recommend it.
Will
Yes.
suggest it.
Yes. And we would appreciate it greatly. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it.
Duly noted.
My only question is, with this variance, would it still be aesthetically pleasing when we drive down 36? Because we've worked very hard to make all those upper scale, high-end buildings, brick. With this, it says here it would be better than, or the proper word is improved. So I just want to make certain that that's the case.
Yeah, there's one of these in Indianapolis, on the south side of Indianapolis, right in a parking lot. And so I'm familiar with the building and building design. Yeah, it matches pretty well with the with a lot of the freestanding restaurants that are attractive along 36.
That's all.
Do we have any further, this is your second time in front of us.
It is.
Do we have any further questions for the petitioner? Usually I don't need that. Do we have any other questions for the petitioner? From committee? Okay. Then we will take public comment. Has anybody signed up to speak? No. Is anybody present who would like to speak as to this agenda item? Okay, we will close public comment. If you want to have a seat, we'll commence discussions.
Thank you.
I would just note that I appreciate the petitioner's willingness to entertain our request about lighting, and again, would strongly recommend the adding that to the development.
Which we would greatly appreciate.
Greatly appreciate.
So I have a question for either Dan or Bill on the waiver request. Can we specify, if we would approve that in the waiver, that it be required to be metal awnings, and if they would change the material, that they would need to seek some sort of, they'd have to come back to the planning department?
Yeah, you could do that. I mean, if they were to change, so as you know, in your ordinance, in certain cases, I get to approve minor changes to site plans. But even when I approve minor changes to site plans, I've got to tell you that I've done it. So if they were to change that metal awning, I mean, their justification for the waiver was the metal awning. If they were then to subsequently change that metal awning, I would probably have to bring it back to you anyway, because you had made your decision based upon a metal awning. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be able to administratively approve that because you approved the waiver for a certain thing, and they would have to come back to you if they're going to change that.
So just looking for direction in the wording of the waiver to make sure that's included in the wording.
Yeah, you can place conditions upon a waiver, a grant of a waiver, so you could grant it if you're so inclined with the condition that the material not be changed without approval of the commission or staff. That's how you would do that.
Thank you.
So it wouldn't just be a general waiver, it would be a waiver for a specific item change,
It's a specific waiver request.
or
It would
a
be
specific waiver request for a specific replacement to what they would normally be required to do.
Well, to give you an example, just using lot 7 next door, that building came in with a waiver to allow wood to be used in the front facade. When you approved that waiver, you were really reluctant to do that approval, and they came back and changed it to fiber cement. And I approved that administratively because I felt it was more consistent with what you originally wanted anyway. But then I come back and told you that I'd done that. In this particular case, you're approving this with metal awnings. So if they were to change those, I would ask them to come back and re-justify their waiver to you all. I wouldn't approve that administratively.
Yes, and they're asking for a waiver of building articulation standards, which is an architectural feature sort of requirement. And so that's why you could condition the grant of waiver based upon the aesthetics, because they're related. And any condition you have on a waiver has to be rationally related to the request for the waiver. And I think that sort of a condition would be reasonably related.
Is there any further discussion? Do we have a motion?
I move that we approve DPR 22-10, Logos 33, subject to the following conditions. One, any revised plans must comply with all commitments and conditions noted as part of any approval granted. Two, the project receives any necessary review and approval by cross-road engineers on behalf of the town and the HC Drainage Board if necessary. Three, a landscape bond is required for section 4-9 of the zoning ordinance. This bond must be provided to the town of Avon prior to the issuance of a first full certificate of occupancy for the subject site. Four, the development shall comply with all other portions of town code and comments by Public Works, Fire Department, and cross-road engineering at the construction meeting. And five, the building material for the awning shall not be changed without prior approval from the planning commission.
So that was very impressive, but I believe we have to do the waiver first.
That's not the way. You just stop being anything.
You were just so enthusiastic. We just were enjoying your energy there.
That's a simpler waiver. It's just I move to approve or deny the waiver. So at least you don't have to read all that.
I will move that we approve the waiver for DPR 2210 for the recognition of using metal awnings and permanent metal roofs to be sufficient for building articulation.
Give a second. Okay.
Seconded that, just for record. Okay. Mason Pike,
Aye.
Harold Heiser. Four. Paul Wickenberger.
4.
Kathy Ransburg.
4.
Dave Kaufman.
4.
Susan.
4.
Robert Pope.
4.
Waiver passes. Do we make him do it all over again, Mr. Taylor?
To my earlier motion.
Second.
Do we have a second for the previously iterated motion?
Second.
Okay.
Mason Pike,
Aye.
Harold Heiser. Paul Wickenberger.
4.
Kathy Ransburg.
4.
Dave Kaufman.
4.
Ray Susan.
4.
Robert Pope.
4.
I would suggest they change it to Bubba's 36 because it's on Highway 36, not 33, but that's okay.
Okay. All right. Moving on to the next agenda item, 6.2. Mr. Peoples.
DPR 2211 DRG Bradford Road. This is a request for approval of a development plan to approve approximately a 250,000 square foot rear load speculative warehouse on a 16.75 acre property with a waiver of Avon UDO section 7-.11D to remove the offset requirements in the vertical. It's the building articulation requirements for industrial buildings in a different section of the ordinance. All right, so again, we've got a fairly significant land use history on this property, DPR, rezonings back in, and special exception back in 13 for a party rental place. And then in last year, or earlier this year, the plan commission forwarded and the town council approved a zoning amendment that would have taken all of the parcels on this property from their respective zoning classifications to the I3 zoning district to provide for this land use that's coming before you right now. Here's the property itself. Right here, you have a string of single-family residences here, Ronald Reagan corridor right here. Undeveloped land and with a large amount of industrial development around it, both in I think that's all in Plainfield. Bradford Road itself is within the jurisdiction of the town of Plainfield. As I said, access to the site would be from Bradford Road, which is a street under the authority of Plainfield. Plainfield is reviewing a proposal, this proposal through its permitting process. We're just waiting for approval from the town of Plainfield on this one. The petitioner does propose a concrete panel industrial building similar to many of the buildings that have been constructed in the industrial section of Avon in the recent past. This building would not comply with the articulation requirements of the ordinance, and a waiver, the petitioner has filed a waiver to seek relief from this standard. The revised plans, again, have been reviewed by the town staff and comply with the requirements of the Unified Development Ordinance, except for the articulation requirements. The site does have a significant number of existing trees on it. Generally speaking, in the landscape ordinance, there's a requirement to remediate those trees by a certain percentage, certain ratio. But the ordinance also allows the petitioner to provide a contribution to the tree mitigation fund that's under the control of the town of Park and Recs Department. The petitioners propose a contribution of about $50,501.60. That has been reviewed by the town manager, and the town manager is comfortable with that figure. And so instead of remediating the trees when they remove them, they propose to provide that contribution to the town's tree mitigation fund. The waiver is articulation. The petitioner will probably go through this. This same petitioner developed the Reagan Corridor development about a quarter mile to the north of this, and they had a similar waiver and similar justification on that as they have here. The standards are pretty much the same, and we do concur with the assertions of the petitioner in this case in their submitted findings, and we do support the waiver request. Essentially, these articulation requirements were set up for different types. They weren't envisioned for a large distribution warehouse. They were intended for smaller sort of corporate headquarters types of buildings that would be sort of purpose built for a headquarters or for something like that. That's just not the way the Reagan Corridor's industrial development has occurred on time. And so the petitioner, because they're using a speculative warehouse that's a distribution and warehousing, the request to remove the articulation requirement for the building makes sense. This is the building. You can see they have placed the one access point on Bradford Road right here, a pond right here. Now, the other strange thing, different, and again, this is the same thing that I dealt with at the last, where you get sort of an atypical situation. There's a buffer yard that's required right here, 40-foot wide buffer yard. Normally, what we would want is some landscape elements in here, the ordinance, but the ordinance does allow them to put an opaque fence here along this stretch of land right here, a 6-foot opaque fence. And that's what the petitioner has done. And their justification for that is that this is a drainage way, a drainage swale, and that placing landscape elements within this drainage swale here will cause problems with the continued drainage of this property. So what they've proposed here, the opaque fence along here, is permitted by the ordinance. It meets the standards of the ordinance. It's just atypical. Normally, we would have a little bit more landscaping in here. But they have provided landscaping on their site in accordance with the requirements of the landscape portions of the Unified Development Ordinance. This is the structure that they've proposed on the site. Difficult to see. I know it's a long one. I probably should have put this into two slides. And we do recommend approval of the waiver request. We do recommend approval of the development plan. We have an additional condition and a modified condition on this one. One, the petitioner shall provide a financial contribution to the town of Avon Parks Department in the amount of $50,501.60 in accordance with section 6.3F4 for tree mitigation. Revised plan, this is a standard condition. Revised plans comply with the commitments and conditions as noted as part of any approval granted. Landscape bond, and then let's see here. I thought I added one here about the town of Plainfield, that the approval. The development shall comply with relevant portions of the town code and comments from Public Works, Fire Department, Crossroads Engineers. And then this one right here, it's not on here, but I'd like to add the town of Plainfield since they're the permitting authority for their access point. With that question, with that addition to my presentation, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Bill, what do you mean by an opaque fence? What is that?
It's just a solid fence, not a shadow box, but I think it was just straight up a fence that you can't see through, you can't do anything.
You know what the intended building materials are of said fence, or?
I'd have to look at the plans. I don't have that off the top of my head. I think that there was a plan in the plan set, but I don't remember. Wood.
Regarding that, the residential homes then that would be south of that location, are they okay with that buffer? Are they requesting that, or?
Haven't heard anything from them, no. The buffer is required by ordinance, that
Okay.
40-foot, that 30, 40-foot buffer yard in between the backs of those properties and the start of any of the development. And so normally, like I said, we would want to have some landscape elements put in there, but the design of this facility and the location of the drainage way, because the drainage way goes out to Ronald Reagan Parkway, it just couldn't do both. It couldn't make the drainage work and then install landscape elements. And we were sort of at an impasse here on, which one's better, and the drainage won out.
If I can suggest, I know we spent a lot of time on the UDO getting it approved. If this is something that we're going to see on a regular basis, then I suggest we go back and we amend the UDO instead of keep coming back and asking for a waiver. I look at a waiver as an exception to the policy, but if it becomes more like it should be the policy, then we need to fix it.
Yeah, they're not requesting a waiver. What they've done is consistent with the ordinance requirements.
Okay.
But they have a good justification for not placing landscaping in that buffer yard. It is definitely the preference because it breaks up the view a lot better than an opaque fence does. However, I think he means the vertical. Oh, you're talking about the articulation,
Right.
building articulation. You're right. Yeah, we probably do need to look through that and make sure it fits.
That's my one other question was, if we were to follow the standard, right? Number 4 is that the proposed alternative represents an improvement, increase, advance, or expansion beyond the terms of the applicable standard. One could argue that it's not those things, but if it's not the intent of the statute to apply to warehouses, then to your earlier point, it should just be codified.
Yeah, I agree with you. Maybe we should have done it when the UDO update was done. The issue was we didn't have a lot of industrial development along Ronald Reagan. And the industrial development that we had approved was in a plan unit development that had deleted the articulation requirements, the Avon Logistics Park on 100 South. It was only here recently that we've gotten straight zoning where this articulation issue has come up. So you're right. We probably do need to. We have a ordinance in my office where everybody comes in and says, this is sort of my wish list of things we need to change. And then I would anticipate after administering this for a year at least, we'd come back to both you and the town council and say, look, here are the issues that we found administering this ordinance over the previous year.
Approximately how far is the entrance from Ronald Reagan? It's a little hard to tell on this.
The entrance on Bradford Road, I would probably say somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 feet.
Okay,
Yeah.
It's right across from that entrance into that UPS.
right. That's what I was thinking. I was just visualizing whether or not there would be backup at that area, but
Well, that's, Plainfield's had some discussions with our Public Works Department with the petitioner. So those discussions are ongoing but Plainfield's concern is more of egress from the site onto Bradford Road rather than backups on Bradford Road itself.
particularly if you're doing a left-hand turn.
Well, yeah, Plainfield has looked at their traffic impact analysis, and they've located that there might be a long wait to get out of that site at peak times. And so they contacted the town about getting an access onto Ronald Reagan, and the Public Works Director was not in favor of an access onto Ronald Reagan.
They may just have to do what a lot of other large employers do when it's time. They just hire a safety officer to direct traffic. So, any further questions for the staff? If not, invite the petitioner to come forward.
Good evening. Brian Sheward with Linghorn Associates. Our offices are at 250 East 96th Street, Suite 580, Indianapolis, Indiana. I'm the civil engineer on the project, and with me tonight is Kern Darling from DRG and Brad Chase from Argo Design Build. So this same team had worked together on the Reagan Logistics Park that Mr. Peoples had referenced just north of the site. As always, Bill did a really nice job, I think, summarizing this. I would note the site plan that was used in the rezoning petition that came through the board earlier this year. It's almost the exact carbon copy of what you see in front of you with this petition. And a few nuances. I know that a little bit of a unique situation with the drainage. If you could pull back up that site plan, I did want to point out for the benefit of
the wrong way.
there we go. That'll work.
You want the laser pointer or anything?
Sure. Yeah, thank you.
It's the green button.
I just want to point out for everyone's benefit, so the stormwater detention of the site is here. Today, there is a drainage feature, I guess I'll call it, that kind of originates on the property, and it works down to a culvert right there that goes underneath the Reagan. So you can't really tell because of the trees, but the site does drop in grade from left to right or from west to east. So this detention pond, its outfall does come straight down here as well as its overland release. So 500-year storm happens, we got to make sure that water goes somewhere. Greg, can correct me if I'm wrong, but trees in a drainage easement are typically not allowed because of the problems that can cause. So we were able to work with Ms. Peoples and find that in the section of buffer, there's one option for trees and one option for an opaque fence. So for two reasons. One, because this building is not on slope. This corner of the building sits up higher. This is more at grade. So as we were going downhill, we would have loved to have put in a berm, which I personally feel is the best way to block headlights, things of that sort. Evergreens are really good too, but I think a berm with evergreens is the best. Second to that, because we have the grade difference through here, an opaque fence is guaranteed to block any south-facing headlights. And so we were very cognizant of that with our neighbors to the south. So we still have trees in the islands. So there is some landscaping along that area, but that was the challenge of trying to make that work. We'll continue to work with the town of Plainfield. I've been working quite a bit with Scott Singleton on the traffic study. So we understand that's a condition of the project as well. If anyone has any further questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
So you decided against my indoor koi pond idea?
Is that a requirement or is that a suggestion?
Which we would greatly appreciate. Questions for the petitioner?
What, maybe this is not in your wheelhouse, but what are your plans for maintaining said wood fence? I know, they need to be stained and maintained. What are your plans for fence maintenance?
I'm sure there's a compliance side of things, I would imagine, in the ordinance, but. Yeah, of course, we're complaint based. I'm sorry.
Of course, we're complaint based in our code enforcement side. We do very little proactive enforcement. Usually it relates to signs, and every time Daniel goes out with signs, we get phone calls left and right. But right, if we were to receive a complaint from those property owners to the south that the fence is in disrepair, we would initiate a code enforcement case and have them repair the fence.
So the waiver has to do with the articulation. And can you explain why you feel the waiver is necessary in order to build this project?
Similar to, if we referenced it in the findings of fact, for your explanation, Brad can probably speak to this from more of a contractor's perspective, but these types of buildings, being concrete panels, they arrive on site, stood up. By having the undulation, you lose building square footage as well as they don't really make the panels in that type of a fashion. Unless it's a very unique build-to-suit, as Bill kind of mentioned, for corporate user or something specific. On a speculative basis, you don't really see that. So if you go up and down the Ronald Reagan Parkway, I don't believe you find any buildings that would meet that. I think it is a similar case as what we have with the Reagan Logistics Park. I guess respectfully, it's very impractical for this type of building. I think the trade-off with that is that with the different colors and different things you can do with the coloring, can offset that. I will also mention that this building is 270 feet long. So as compared to some other much larger buildings, the expanse of not having the undulation, I would say, is probably less than what you would see in something.
So the document you have that shows basically a footprint has articulation in it, correct?
There is some articulation, yes, around the corners of the building, but my understanding of the ordinance would require a significant amount of articulation along that 270-foot line.
Okay.
Has a major impact when you're loading buildings at the dock.
If you could speak at the podium.
It has a major impact for the loading of buildings at the dock.
And what is your name, sir?
My name is Brad Chase.
Thank you.
Whenever trucks are trying to back in, if there's numerous undulations within that dock wall, it makes it virtually impossible
Okay.
from a distribution standpoint.
Any further questions for the petitioner from the commission? If so, we will open it up to public comment. Do we have anybody signed up for public comment? Is there anybody present who would like to speak to this agenda item? That being, showing that nobody is wanting to speak, public comment for this agenda item is closed. Discussion. Mason.
Devastated, there's no koi pond. Devastated. Joking aside, I appreciate the petitioner's position with regard to difficulty with implementing articulation. I think I would Bill has noted the need to update the UDO. And so if there's anything we can do to help facilitate that, we'd be more than happy to help with that. But I have no other issues or comments.
I would just agree with the staff's findings and recommendation on the waiver. I think it's thorough and a good recommendation, so I agree with that.
Any further discussion? Do I hear a motion?
I move that we approve.
We needed the waiver first, right?
Yeah.
Just before we let him
need
go
a
off. Let's
waiver.
make the waiver.
Do I have a motion for a waiver?
I'll make the motion for the waiver. I move that we grant a waiver of Avon UDO section 7.11.d to offset of the 12 inches in vertical. Oh, that's not really what it says. I move that we remove Avon UDO section 7.11.d. Okay, that's even easier. I move that we
Want to try it
approve
again?
Sorry, I'm hoarse. I move that we approve the waiver. That would be easy.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Mason Pike. Aye. Harold Heiser.
4.
Paul Rubenberger.
4.
Catherine Ransford.
4.
Dave Kaufman.
4.
Greg Susan.
4.
Robert Pope.
4.
Okay. Now, do we have a motion?
I move that we approve DPR 22-01 Avon Logistics Lot 2, subject to the following conditions. 1, petitioner shall provide a financial contribution to the Town of Avon Parks Department in an amount of $50,501.60 in accordance with Section 6(3)(f)(4) for tree mitigation. 2, any revised plans must comply with all commitments and conditions noted as part of any approval granted. 3, the project receives any necessary review and approval by Crossroad Engineers on behalf of the town of Plainfield, and the HC Drainage Board if necessary. 4, a landscape bond is required per section 4-9 of the zoning ordinance. This bond must be provided to the town of Avon prior to the issuance of a full certificate of occupancy for the subject site. 5, the development shall comply with all relevant portions of town code and comments by Public Works, Fire Department, and Crossroad Engineers at the pre-construction meeting.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I believe Bill said that you should add Town of Plainfield to this.
It was in the motion.
Was,
I didn't think it was.
Okay.
Mason Pike. Aye. Harold Piper.
4.
Paul Guckenberger.
4.
Catherine Lansbury.
4.
Dave Kaufman.
4.
Greg Susan.
4.
Robert Poe.
4.
Motion carries. Okay, very good. Onward and upward. Or outward. Move on to next agenda item 6.3.
This is MIP 2201 Nichols Minor Plat. This is a request for approval of a minor primary plat to approve a 3-lot subdivision to be known as Nichols Minor Plat. This property is about 20.25 acres located at 5241 East County Road 200 North. There is a waiver request of the SCO section 3.181 to remove the requirement to construct a sidewalk along the north side of County Road, of the south side of County Road 200 North. So as you heard, this is a minor subdivision request, 3-lot minor known as Nichols Minor, with a waiver. There is no significant land use history on this property. It's zoned R1, and it's not located with any overlay districts, nor is it any flood districts. It's subdividing for 3 lots. The revised plans have been reviewed by the town staff, are consistent with the requirements of the Unified Development Ordinance and other development ordinances pertaining to this subdivision of this land. The petitioner has submitted a waiver request for sidewalks along County Road 200 North. There are no sidewalks within a reasonable proximity of this property, and the petitioner has submitted findings consistent with the requirements of a waiver. We have no objection to the requested waiver, and we feel that the petitioner has justified his position. This site will be on well and septic, and those permits are not reviewed by the town, but are reviewed and approved by the Hendricks County Health Department. And so we do recommend approval of the waiver, and we recommend approval of the development plan subject to the following conditions. That the revised plans comply with all commitments and conditions noted as part of any approval granted, that the project received necessary review and approval by Crossroad Engineers on behalf of the town, the Hendricks County Surveyor and/or Drainage Board if required, and the Hendricks County Health Department for well and septic issues. And the final plat will comply with all relevant portions of the Unified Development Ordinance and Town Code. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
So just for clarification, we're looking to have this subdivided into three new lots, but there's also a request for a waiver to not provide. So these are separate. We need to address these separately, or should one be addressed before the other? Mr.
You need to address the
Taylor?
waiver first.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
the waiver has to be addressed first, and then, I mean, if you deny the waiver, they have to build the sidewalk along 200 North.
Right. I personally, considering that it's obviously very rural and there are no other sidewalks, it doesn't make sense to me to require sidewalks.
So I'd offer a different view that while there's no sense to build sidewalks go nowhere, that the waiver be instead that it would trigger that when development occurs on either side of the properties, that there'd be sidewalks then the property owners would be responsible for putting in sidewalks
At a later date.
at a later, and basically it's triggered by development that would occur so that you wouldn't build a sidewalk to nowhere. So it's, because it doesn't make sense to build it and there's nothing going on for years, but as development comes about, to have sidewalks develop so that we can continue to promote that walkability in the town, but not do it now when there's nowhere to walk to. We've done this before,
So what are you suggesting?
that the waiver, not to exclude, but the waiver be dependent on, would be triggered to develop the sidewalks when future development would occur on either side of the properties.
So it'd be delaying putting in the sidewalks.
Yes.
Yeah, so it'd be a condition on one or both sides being developed, and you could say, you could leave within 365 days of, you want to give them a time frame, you just want to leave it open-ended. Assuming that's permissible.
Yeah, I would do it as I would approve the waiver request and then approve the plat subject to that condition. That's what I would do. With a condition such as you said, is that should sidewalks be constructed up to this property line, either on its west side, then the property owners are responsible for extending the sidewalk through their site at that time. It's not the
You
best.
probably have to make that of record though, because it may be 2 or 3 property owners down the road that aren't even aware of this discussion today. And then all of a sudden, someone's going to knock on their door and say, hey, you need to put a sidewalk in here. So I think there's got to be some documentation out there. Put it of title with the property, so when you get your title and you look at your commitment.
We can make it a commitment on a recorded commitment on the plat document itself.
We should make a commitment, but the law requires us to maintain a record of all conditions that you all approve. And it's searchable by title insurance companies. So we're already required to do that. And that's, 3 years old, that requirement, but we already do that.
Okay.
Do we have a motion on the waiver?
Do we need to?
I'm sorry, I guess we need to hear from the petitioner.
Not that I
don't we?
want to get us going, but.
Yeah, it's late. Can we hear from the petitioner?
Bill Cruz Consulting, 7384 Vincent Drive, Avon. My office is actually right down the road. I'm here this evening on behalf of the Nichols family. And concerning the sidewalk request, I have done hundreds of plats in the county jurisdiction. And exactly how you suggested the sidewalk the requirement be implemented is how we do it in county plats. And I would agree wholeheartedly with all that discussion that you all had about how and when, and that when the sidewalk hits from one side or the other, that's the trigger. And Greg, as far as your concern about making a public record, we put that right on the face of the subdivision plat. That's a recorded document in public record. And so the person who buys their lot, the plat is a public record, and that statement's right on the plat. So we would certainly agree with that request. Requirement stipulation.
Any questions for the petitioner on the waiver? Okay, do we have a public comment on this, on the waiver? Is anybody present who'd like to speak as to the waiver request for this agenda item? With nobody indicating an interest, public comment for this agenda item is closed. Discussion?
What's the reasonable amount of time to build the sidewalk if it ever gets triggered? It's more on the.
Is there a standard for that sort of thing, Bill?
Not really over the standard. I'd say 6 months to a year would be perfectly fine. And it's going to be on the recorded plat, so property owners should know that it's required.
And then I guess the other question would be, what is the trigger?
I like the idea of just having one side, so not necessarily waiting for both sides to be developed, but as soon as one side's developed, then that's the trigger.
I'd agree.
Is there any further discussion? We need to Someone will have to, so do I hear a motion on the waiver?
I'll make a motion. Yeah, move.
Go ahead.
I move that we approve the waiver MIP 2201 to require a sidewalk to be constructed on the properties when a sidewalk is constructed on either side of the three properties that are part of MIP 2201.
Does that satisfy the requirement, Mr. Taylor?
Let's do it, let's say within, give a time frame.
And be constructed within 365 days of that trigger point.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Mason Pike.
Aye.
Harold Weiser.
Four.
Paul Guckenberger.
Four.
Catherine Ransberg.
4.
Dave Kaufman.
Four.
Greg Susan.
4.
Robert Coe.
4.
Okay, moving on to the second part
Plat.
for the plat. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, we do have to approve the plat. I mean, I didn't know if you were moving on to a new petition.
No. Moving on to this, to item number 6.3, part D. So-
Wait, did we,
Yeah.
The plat part, yes.
So I move that we approve MIP 22-01.
Do we want to have discussion on that? Because we haven't discussed that.
Okay.
And I don't believe the petitioner has presented anything on that section.
shouldn't the first motion have been just to approve the waiver?
Yes,
And then the
that's what we
second-
just did.
And then the second motion? So you're gonna repeat? I thought the condition was gonna be on the plat or the agreement. I thought it was gonna be one of those.
Either way.
Either way?
Yeah, we just approved the waiver
Okay.
that puts in the trigger for the sidewalks, correct?
Well, you did exactly right, because you could, if you don't grant the waiver, you can't impose the condition. It's related to the waiver. So you put that condition right on the waiver, just like you did. Paul did it just right. So that's how we always want to do that. Attach the condition which relates to the waiver request right there. So now, since it's been approved as a part of the waiver, it'll go on the plan.
You get a cookie when we're done. Okay, if you can, I guess, Bill, you've already done your part, or no? You need to do your presentation? Okay, so petitioner step forward again to discuss the plat.
Again, for the record, I'm Dale Cruz, Consulting, 73 to 4 Business Center Drive, Avon. And the plat portion of this is, it's a 20-acre parcel. The proposal is to make it into 3 lots, approximately 2-acre lot, 3-acre lot, and 14-acre lot. Nichols family will make their home on the 14-acre lot, and then they offer the other 2 lots speculative for sale. They think they have one of them sold already. Likely they'll have both sold soon. So I work for probably every custom builder in the county, and there is a dire need of building sites for custom builders to build homes on in Washington, Guilford, Lincoln, Brown, Center, you name it. We don't have them. The lots don't exist. So while this is only 2, because they're taking 1, it's 2. And we respectfully ask for your approval of this plat this evening.
Now, am I reading this right, that out of this rectangle, there's a large, long rectangular portion that belongs to a third party?
Correct. It's an existing home.
Okay. And the Nichols family will be owning will be building on the large center portion and then offering the other 3-acre portions to whomever.
Correct.
Okay. Questions for the petitioner? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Discussion. Anybody?
We need to do public comment for this.
We do need to do public comment. I think I need coffee. Is there any public comment for this? Has anybody signed up for a public comment?
Nobody signed up.
Thank you. Is anybody present who would like to comment on this particular agenda item? If no one wishes to comment, then I declare public comment closed. Discussion.
Found that interesting about the lack of similar property situations in, the county. So that was informative.
And it is very true. The ability for people to build custom homes in Hendricks County, particularly in the eastern half of Hendricks County, is getting smaller and smaller.
Slim to none.
Yeah. We had one for 9 acres a few months ago in Avon, but
This seems consistent with the zoning, seems consistent with the comp plan intent. I feel like it meets the needs.
if there's no further discussion, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move that we approve MIP 2201 Nichols Minor Plat, the request for approval of an amendment to a minor subdivision primary plat with 3 lots on 20.25 acres, subject to the following conditions. 1, any revised plans must comply with all commitments and conditions noted as part of any approval granted. 2, the project receives any necessary review and approval by Crossroad Engineers on behalf of the town, the Hendricks County Surveyor and/or Drainage Board, and the Hendricks County Health Department for well and septic use. 3, the final plat will comply with all relevant portions of the Unified Development Ordinance of the Town Code and the Town Code.
I will second that motion.
Mason Pike. Aye. Harold Heiser.
4.
Paul Gutenberger.
4.
Catherine Randberg.
4.
Dave Kaufman.
4.
Greg Zuben.
4.
Robert Pope.
4.
Thank you. We have one agenda item left, and there's a whole bunch of people sitting in the room, so I'm assuming those are related, which tells me we may be on this for a while. I would suggest we take another 5-minute break. Reset. We are now back in session. We ask everyone to take a seat and conclude your conversations. Mr. Peoples, if you could please introduce us to the next agenda item 6.4.
Yeah, this is a ZA 2208 Sycamore Preserve, request for approval of a zoning amendment to rezone 15.94 acres from AG to R2. And this is a 15.94 acre property located approximately 590 North County Road 900 East. Majority of the property was annexed just last year, 2021, 22, that's the ordinance number. And there is there's a one lot pending in front of the council right now under ordinance 2002-16. This is the property located to the north, south, and east, or north, south, and west by existing single-family residential development. There's some large lot single-family residential development along Dan Jones Road as well, and then there's higher density housing across the street there. This is, as I said, a request to rezone about 16 acres to R2, provide for a single-family residential development. The cluster map does recommend this area for specialty housing. The specialty housing recommendation of this plan is intended to provide for a variety of housing options above the single-family residential, single-family detached and attached model. So the request proposes a detached single-family residential subdivision, which may not entirely be consistent with the letter of the plan. The surrounding area is developed with single-family residential development, however. To the north, Carolina Commons, which is developed roughly at a density of 2.13 units an acre. To the east is Austin Lakes, which is developed at a density of about 2.6 units an acre. And to the south is Prairie Manor, which is developed at about 1.1 units an acre. The petitioner has submitted an amended conceptual plan, which would develop the property with 40 single-family residential homes. The land itself, the land use itself would be identical to the land uses surrounding the property, single-family detached structures. And the gross density at 2.59 units an acre would be less, just slightly less than Austin Lakes, but consistent with Carolina Commons. Given that this is an infill site totally surrounded by detached single-family residential uses, the request does seem to be acceptable and minor deviation from the plan's recommendation of specialty housing for something other than single-family detached or attached. This is a conceptual plan showing access to Dan Jones Road through this site with detention at the center of the property. And
Sir,
and,
sir.
and
Okay, sir, you
I'm
can,
sorry,
you can
900,
speak at
900.
another time. Thank you.
900.
You were wrong that time.
Yeah, I was wrong a lot. I'm going to be wrong about this one all night. This is a detail. This is the ponding here and there, a little amenity area for the property right here, and then 40 single-family residential lots. We do recommend that the Plan Commission forward a favorable recommendation of this particular petition, subject to two commitments: 50-foot right-of-way dedicated along County Road 900 East, and maximum number of dwellings in the property shall be 40. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
I'm not sure the terminology, but it's the pull-off lane that you can then safely turn into. Is there already one there?
No, it's just a driveway right now.
No, I mean on 900 East, where this entrance will be developed. Is there already, and I feel like when I'm driving south right before the S turn, there is, it doubles. So, yeah, basically, I guess that's the one.
Yeah,
is if that
I'm not.
is-
I am not sure. I do not know. I'm sorry.
What are those called again?
Accel and decel lanes. Yeah. There's probably one into Eden's. What's that called? Eden's Gate. There's probably one because that's a relatively. The two developments, the two larger, more dense developments along the east side of 900. They were relatively new, so they probably have all those things. The development on the west side of 900 are all legacy developments done in the 70s and 80s for the most part.
Is it, thanks. The width of 900 East, is it possible to include a left turn lane going into this proposed development? So if I'm going north on 900 East, a left turn lane so that traffic could continue to go north on.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, that is generally something we would look at plating.
Okay.
Public Works Department would look at, and yeah, I believe, was that a concern we brought up at TAC?
For the construction standards of the entrance.
Okay, thanks.
So Bill, I know we talked about in the first case that we heard about the requirement for 2 entry points. So can you help us understand why a lower density only requires 1 entry point? Because if there's that points block, there's no way to get in to address an emergency beyond that.
Well, it's a lot of times because smaller developments have no access to 2 points, no way to get 2 points of ingress and egress to the site. When you're talking about a small 16 or acre property like this, it only has frontage on 1 street. So that's the reason one of them is a public safety concern, obviously. If you've got an accident at the front, and you got some sort of emergency within the subdivision itself, you don't want that accident keeping emergency response. But the other one is usually as the developments get bigger, once you've gone over 150, 200, 300 lots, you're usually abutting up to either stub streets or multiple streets. So you can get 2 or 3 access points to those subdivisions. While something small like this, very rarely do you have it butting up to say a stub street.
So it just feels like we're ignoring a potential safety issue here because there's fewer houses where we were addressing the safety issues because of higher density, but still it's the same safety issue. And then was there any discussion around how this, I know it's conceptual as far as what we're looking at, but if that's where the ingress egress is, I mean, right across the street is another street, and it seems like not only we've talked about the issues on 900, now we've got 2 competing ingress egress points.
Yeah, I mean, that concern I remember was brought up at TAC. I didn't remember off the left turn lane, but the offset intersections. In some ways, it's difficult because you're constrained by what the property owner owns. You know, he doesn't own the 2 lots south of him that would allow him to line up those 2 streets. And we're compelled to give him access to his property. So would it be preferable for us to line up that entrance point? It would be. It's just they don't own that property. There's an existing house on it.
But for purposes of tonight, we're just, and I'm guilty of this, so I apologize because I think I opened the can, right? But we're just looking at rezoning.
You are.
Not plats. So I mean, even though it's very tempting because we see the number of potential lots, but we're just talking about zoning, whether this is the appropriate rezone request.
You are, but like we did on the previous case, we brought up some of the plat standards that frankly were impossible to meet. You know, and so that's one of the reasons that we brought them up. We've got a standard in the ordinance that if you rezone this property, they're not going to be able to meet it. And I think the offset intersection is one of those. Is normally we would want a much larger separation between 2 access points on this one, and I'm almost certain that this access point is going to require a waiver of our road standards. However, you know, the ordinance would not require 2 access points just because it doesn't meet that 49 lot threshold.
Well, it seems like, as we talked about too, that this would be an opportunity for the petitioner to join in the traffic study that we discussed in the first case.
Bill, I do have a question because we are talking about rezoning here. You mentioned that the future land use cluster map recommends this for specialty housing
Mm-hmm.
beyond simple single-family home detached, which is what is being proposed here. So why would we think single-family home is appropriate here as opposed to going ahead and putting in specialty housing? I mean, the land's going to be developed one way or
Yeah, I
another.
mean, the specialty housing recommendation, I'm not certain where that came from on this piece of property. I wish that I would have put that, because the specialty housing recommendation here incorporates this piece of property and the properties across the street that are double communities. And when this was first presented and prior to annexation, so when this property was brought into annexation, we talked to the property owner and he said, well, he was interested in building a double community on this property, similar to the ones across the street. And we said, well, that makes sense because that's the same recommendation. You know, it was the same plan commission recommendation. The difference in this particular one is just what it's surrounded. It's an infill site that's totally surrounded by single family residential. So the question is a double community appropriate here? Even, I mean, would you look at it if someone came in and wanted to rezone it R3 for a double community? That would be consistent with a comprehensive plan recommendation because it's specialty housing outside the one family detached model. But would that be consistent with the surrounding properties, which are all detached single family?
Well, before we spend too much time discussing this, this was already brought up in a previous agenda item. And in that agenda item, there was a continuance granted in order to allow for a traffic study. And it was suggested that the petitioner in this be part of that. It might be prudent to ask the petitioner to step forward and see if they are interested in continuing this in the same way that the previous agenda item, so that you can coordinate with staff and perhaps the other petitioner.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Matt Price. I'm an attorney with Denton's. As I mentioned at the outset of the meeting, at 10 West Market Street in Indianapolis, here tonight on behalf of AMH Development. I'm with Mark Connor, who's the head of site acquisition and development for the company here in Indianapolis. Listened very closely to the earlier petition and talked to Mr. Connor. Certainly have no issue at all with participating in the traffic study. The discussion was robust and seemed to be a wise course of action for everyone. As far as requesting a continuance at the outset of the meeting, we would prefer to go forward with the hearing, frankly, just because we'd love to get your feedback this evening. And many of the neighbors have come out, I think, with the expectation that they'd be able to share their thoughts as well. And we'd love to hear their comments as well on our proposal, which we're frankly very proud of, and like to talk a little bit about the company and the proposal itself.
Okay.
Thank
you. Well, then, if we have, let's continue on with questions for staff. Any further questions for staff? Okay, petitioner can make their presentation. Go ahead.
If I may, I've got a handout, then I'll use the same materials on the screen so everyone can see. May I have the clicker too? Well, appreciate very much the opportunity to present here this evening. Again, Matt Price here with Mark Connor on behalf of my client, AMH Development. Just jump right in and talk a little bit about who AMH Development is. Relatively recently formed entity, organized in 2017, and the idea was to build residential communities that are planned at the outset for rental. So that started as a strategic vision a little over 5 years ago. And today, the company is the 41st largest home builder in the United States. Been nationally recognized by many organizations, including recognized as one of America's most trusted companies, one of the most reliable companies in America, and best places to work as well. As I mentioned, Mr. Connor heads the Indianapolis office, and the company owns 55,000 properties nationwide as part of its home building initiative, and 22 markets really that are across the country, including recently in the greater Indianapolis marketplace. The Sycamore Preserve project itself is for 40 single-family homes. When we build a home, the yard is fully sodded, irrigated, and has a fence. We use uniform fencing so that there's a consistency throughout the project. When we introduced the project before the town council earlier this month, there were comments made that we took to heart about the presence of amenities on the property. So we added a pocket park within the project. As mentioned, it's located west of County Road 900E in an area designated for residential development. We understand that the comprehensive plan calls for specialty housing, a term not precisely defined in the comprehensive plan. We think that an aspect of what we're offering is specialty housing in the sense that it is a for-rent, single-family product meeting a demand that we see both here in central Indiana as well as across the country. One thing that is mentioned in the staff report, but we wanted to draw special attention to, is that we are committing to adhere to the enhanced architectural requirements contained in the new UDO. And so that's what allows for a slight density bump. So our project essentially tracks an R1 zoning with the enhanced architecture. So under R1 with enhanced architecture, your ordinance provides for a 2.5 units per acre. And as Bill mentioned, we're just over that at 2.59. But essentially trying to mirror an R1 enhanced architectural zoning classification. Give a little bit of orientation to the property and to clarify a little bit that a couple of things that are stated in the staff report. Carolina Commons is to our immediate north. I think the density recognized there is 2.13, which would put it above an R1 zoning classification. And it does not include the architectural enhancements that our proposal includes. As mentioned, Austin Lakes, which is to our west, is higher density than what we're proposing at just over 2.6. I know there are several folks here this evening from Prairie Manor. That project is just over 1 unit per acre and does have larger lot sizes and larger lot widths than our minimums, but we've made some design modifications to our proposal to make it as compatible as possible with the Prairie Manor development to our south. But we arrived at our proposed number of home sites on this property to make it as compatible as possible with the surrounding land uses and their relative densities. This is the concept plan that we've proposed. The major change since our original proposal that as part of the introduction in front of the town council was to eliminate 5 total lots, including 4 lots around the perimeter, which is important, and I'll come back to that, and 1 lot kind of in the center core area around the water feature. The lot omission, or the lot we took out in the center core, is where we would put our amenity area. What we've been able to do by eliminating the 4 lots around the outside perimeter is to make those lots larger. So an average lot width is just over 74 feet, and they're extra deep, around over 130 feet deep, to improve the orientation to the properties that you see to the north, west, and south. And one kind of rule of thumb that we've tried to follow is to essentially see how our lot lines match up as a good test of how was our compatibility. And so if you count lots along our northern perimeter, western perimeter, and southern perimeter, we compare very favorably. There's a little bit of overlap. For example, there's maybe one more lot on our side of the property line as we relate to Prairie Manor, but it more or less coincides, and that is intentional. You also see the green shaded areas are the anticipated screening and buffering. If you're familiar with the site at all, there's a substantial tree line along, for example, the southern portion of the property. And as the prior petitioner mentioned with regard to the townhome project, we too have a great incentive to maintain our screening. One of the things that's a driver for our customers seeking to locate in a suburban environment is privacy. And so we want to maintain that privacy as much as possible and make it a compatible proposal. Talk a little bit about who chooses to rent with us. Our customers' median household income is $122,000. We maintain a very robust occupancy rate. Our home renters are not transients, meaning that they do stay in the home for an average of 4 years. We've put it in a range of 3 to 5 years. We really make it a point, since these are long-term investments for AMH, to emphasize the architectural features, building materials, making them really indistinguishable from other single-family homes. Just to give you an idea, we offer granite countertops, stainless steel appliances, very high-quality finishes to the home. We also have an on-call maintenance department that is local, that can respond to requests very rapidly when there's an issue with regard to a maintenance item at one of our homes. Each neighborhood is fully controlled by the Developer Homeowners Association, meaning that AMH is the sole member of the Homeowners Association, and they control, for example, activities that occur in the exterior of the home. There's limitations on signage, limitations on outdoor playground equipment, wading pools, things that you might see in other residential neighborhoods. There are very strictly enforced limitations on what individual home tenants can do to maintain the attractiveness and uniformity of the development. Because these are built with the express intention of being rented under Indiana's property tax system, we would pay 2% at the 2% threshold. So we estimate these homes to have an assessed value or market value of around $375,000 a piece. And then the company would pay 2% property taxes, as opposed to being taxed like a single-family home owned by a single-family homeowner. Again, maintain our homes 100% of the time, pay our property taxes on time and in full. And our properties, because we are a single institutional owner, provides for some level of stability as the economy goes through its cycles, and sometimes impacts individual homeowners in different ways. We wanted to give you some idea of the elevations for the homes and the enhanced architectural features. We have worked through table 7-3 of the UDO to identify that we can meet the enhanced architectural treatments required. And so give you some idea here, we do not use any vinyl, have masonry, features to the homes, architectural variations as far as corner breaks, window treatments, numbers of windows. That gives you an idea of what we call the Eisenhower model. This is our Taft model. Homes, to give you an idea of size, will range between 1,900 and 2,500 square feet in the project. Gives you a little more what we call the Coolidge. give you a little idea of who makes up our customer base, and this is based on our customer intake. Many of our customers are relocating for a job opportunity, and this provides a flexible housing option for them. We have a certain number of individuals who are empty nesters. One of the items or issues facing home sellers today is the availability of a replacement home at a price that's affordable or desirable for the individual who's, in a sense, cashing out and maybe taking some equity out of their existing home. This provides an opportunity to live in a great suburban community like Avon, nearby shopping, nearby schools, and do so in a way that provides that top-notch residential opportunity, but in a way that is a for rent option in a new home, as opposed to renting existing stock or an older home. So it provides that option. And then a certain number of our customers are just simply not in the market to rent. As you saw, our median income levels for our customers are very high. And so it truly is a rent by choice for many folks. They've just simply decided that they don't want to be a home owner per se, but they would like to live in a new home and in a suburban community. Hit several of these items already, so I won't dwell on them, but the property tax contributions are significant. We do provide an option for those who'd like to age in place in the Avon community. We do pay corporate income tax locally because of our businesses located here, and we have a high quality, consistent maintenance program for our homes. This recaps some of the major changes since the introduction, which I realize not everyone may be aware of these, but we did take to heart the comments that we received from the council, reduced the lot count by 5, which brought our density down, added the amenity area. We are now establishing a minimum lot width in the development of 65 feet, and that's really just applicable to the interior lots. The perimeter lots are considerably wider than that at 74 feet, with an average length of 134 feet deep, which is what I mentioned about improving the interrelationship between the perimeter homes and the adjoining neighborhoods. And again, all signage in our project would be compliant with the UDO. We do agree, maybe not surprisingly, with Mr. Peebles' recommendation, but wanted to call out a few of the comments in the staff report. With regard to the specialty housing, because of the surrounding land uses, we do agree that we believe it would be unlikely that a housing option other than detached single or two-family dwelling would be considered for this infill site. We think that's an accurate assessment and believe that we provide a high-quality option for this very unique infill property in the community. We've worked very hard to bring our density in line with the surrounding properties, so we're at that 2.59 level, again, mimicking an R1 with the enhanced architecture. We agree as far as the most desirable land use being a single-family residential type use in this area that's so surrounded by a like use. We also believe it does not have any adverse effect on property values. And we think that's because of some key factors. One is that we have maintained the density at a consistent basis. The second one is that we do believe that having the uniform maintenance program and high quality finishes on these homes is a contributing factor to property values, not a degradation of those values. And then lastly, we think the proposal represents responsible growth and development because it has been designed to fit in. We are aware and took good notes during the TAC meeting that we'll need to work through the access issues off County Road 900. As I mentioned at the outset, we're very much willing to participate in the traffic study because I was at the RDC meetings for another matter and heard some of the discussion about studying County Road 900 and things that could be done. And there is a global issue that certainly goes beyond this 40 home subdivision, but we're willing to do our share to participate in that and help scope that and identify what the answers are for the community at large and for our tenants who we want to have a very good experience in their new homes. With that, I would close. Appreciate very much the opportunity to address you this evening, and we look forward to your questions and comments from the public. Thank you.
How many square feet? I noticed that in your submission that is the square footage included for the 3 bedroom, but what's the square footage for the 4 bedroom and 5 bedroom roughly?
I don't know that I have an individual breakout. The upper end is the 2,500 square feet. Yes, that's what Mr. Connor said, yes.
And then what is the going rate for rent for a 3 bedroom and one of the other developments right now? Ballpark.
I don't know about our other developments. For a new home rental, so for a new build rental, the rule of thumb that Mr. Connor explained during the council meeting was essentially $1 per square foot. So if it was a $1,900 square foot home, it would be about $1,900 a month. Yep.
So this is a rental community,
It is.
like an apartment complex would be.
It is in this, yes, in the sense that there is a monthly rent paid like an apartment complex. And like an apartment complex, it has a maintenance staff. What's different though is we call it the anti-apartment in our internal discussions, is that it provides for a yard, it provides for privacy, it provides for not having shared walls, for example, like in the last proposal, where there was a lot of comment on why would somebody want that if they had another option. And so this is one of those varieties or one of those options that is available that is unlike an apartment. So there's some shared characteristics and then there's some very different ones as well.
So where's the local office located?
The local office is located in Indianapolis, as far as the Mr. Connor's office.
So does AMH have a business office that people can go to?
Yes.
Okay, and
Sure.
and how many of these communities do you have in Indiana?
This is one of our earliest proposals. We own homes in Indiana today, but those are homes, or an affiliate of AMH owns homes that were acquired kind of on an individualized basis.
This is American Homes for Rent, right?
It's a division of American Homes for Rent.
Division,
Correct.
okay.
But this particular business unit is different in that it is building them from the ground up for rent. And we do have an office in Indianapolis that can be visited. Yes.
So there are no currently existing neighborhoods or communities like this in Indiana with your company?
Not yet. This is Mr. Connor was brought in to lead this market. Met him last summer, early fall, and we sought out the most vibrant communities in central Indiana, and Avon was at the top of that list.
Thank you. So then the 98.5% occupancy rate that's identified in your submission, is that including, so take a step back, how many communities do you have existing throughout the country?
I think that was in there. Was that the 22 figure? Yeah.
And then of that existing communities, that 98.5% occupancy rate just speaks to the communities or the entire property portfolio? So the single homes that you got that are bought in the neighborhood, so on and so forth.
It's a good question. Hi, everyone. I'm Mark Connor with AMH Development. I live at 16250 Red Clover Lane in Noblesville. Super question I get asked all the time. It's a blend of existing homes that we own nationwide that we bought that did not build or develop, as well as homes in communities that AMH developed from the ground up. That's a blended average. We have just opened up our 100th community nationwide that we built as AMH Development.
And thank you. So, and what's the occupancy rate of that community currently?
It's going to sound a little funky, but it's over 100%. For every new home that we build nationwide in one of our AMH developments, there currently are a 12 to 20
family waiting list to get into one of our houses.
When you look at these homes, do you have guidelines, parameters of how many families can live in one of these units?
You do.
Are you going to have
Yeah.
multiple families living in them?
No, we have a standardized lease agreement that is one family, one home.
Well, what's the definition of a family? Husband and wife and 4 kids, grandma, grandpa, aunt, and uncle, 5 kids? I mean,
there are rules involving how many people can live in rental properties. They're state rules with regards, and there's local, what do we have here in Hendricks County? I know Marion County is very specific. Yes, for rental properties.
you know, as we go through this, this is going to repeat itself next month and the next month because we have a lot of infill sites in our community. So I think we are the ones that should determine what is the definition of specialty housing and what zoning and what do we want to see on these infill sites. So we don't waste people's time and energy and money to come to us and debate it in an open, because this is going to happen. I mean, this is the second one tonight. There's another one that we know behind, over here behind Rural King. And if you go up and down through here, I say it 100 times, our most valuable resource is land. And we are slowly eroding and it's going away. And what's being left is 10-acre parcels, 11-acre parcels, 20-acre parcels.
But that's the nature of development.
I get it.
That's what happens.
I get it. But at the end of the day, what do we want to see here?
Well, and that's why we're here. This commission is not designed or intended to be the one that determines what is a family. That is something that is determined by our ordinances, or is that sometimes that is determined by state statute.
Yeah.
Are these homes that would be subject to subsidized housing?
No.
Okay. So that would eliminate federal things. But I mean, I'm not a fan of this concept. I'll just put it on the table. I'm very, very, very familiar with the rental market, extremely familiar with the rental market. And I understand the tension between when you have a neighborhood that has, let's say, a mix of owner occupied and a certain amount of properties that are rented. And there is an impact. That's undebatable, that there is an impact. Once you reach a certain threshold and go above that threshold and sort of how many of those homes are rented and how many of those are owner occupied, it has an impact on those homes. The idea of having an entire neighborhood of rental properties makes me uncomfortable. And I'm not sure that I can entirely explain why. $2,500 a month is a lot of money for a rental property that doesn't have an office on site. I'm going to need to have some, I don't know, I'm going to have to need some more convincing on this. And I don't know that I even have the ability to say no to this, but
I appreciate your comments. One of the things that we did want to make an offer of is to provide the opportunity to see either in person or by video our existing new home developments to see what those look like.
honestly, I'd be more interested in talking to your tenants.
And
That's something
think
that I
that's-
would be a lot more interested in,
I
because
had the same thought.
if
Yeah.
if you don't have an office on site where people can
Mhm.
go, because it's not just maintenance. I mean, I know that, for instance, and I don't know if this is applicable to you, but I know that there are property management companies operating in Indiana that when you put in a maintenance request, it goes to a call center in North Carolina, and then they've got a list of plumbers who may or may not be any good at what they do, and they just subcontract out to a local plumber, and it can be a problem. They don't have their own maintenance staff. I don't know if that's how that works with your company or not, but I'm just having as I said, I'm extremely familiar with this market, with this industry, and I'm having all kinds of red flags happening in my brain.
May I suggest something?
Yes.
We still have not had a public hearing on this. I would think maybe we should do that. And then after, again, I would just draw your attention to the staff report and the 5 statutory factors we should look at. And maybe we should try to ask questions and discuss those factors before we get too far into it, maybe perhaps.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Appreciate that. We'll go ahead and move to, unless you have something more you'd like to add, we'll go ahead and move to.
No, I appreciate your comments.
Okay, thank you. I'm assuming nobody is here just for observation purposes, so let's get started on the public comment portion.
First, we have Tim Pettigrew.
Hi, my name is Tim Pettigrew. I live at 8854 Prairie Trail. I live in Prairie Manor, and I'm just to the south of this project. We also conducted a survey which included Prairie Manor, 900 East residents, Carolina Commons, and Austin Lake. Surveyed the neighbors for their opinion for this project, and I apologize for the 2209, should be 2208. So in our survey, we had the following concerns. House density was too large based upon the property. Devaluation of existing home properties due to rentals, having the stigmatism of rentals next to you. Existing drainage problems, I'll go into that later. Our houses had sumps that run continuous. The number 4, the cheaper, less quality home. And again, it's due to the maintenance of those homes. 5, the devaluation of existing surrounding properties. Over time, the renter homes are going to run down, and I have lots of examples from other communities talking about that. Additional traffic congestion on 900 East. We beat that horse a lot, and I appreciate the idea of doing the traffic survey. Denies families the opportunity to purchase their own home. So again, we're moving rentals in instead of putting in R1 houses for sale. And that's what we want. We want permanent homeowners in those houses. Number 8, research Google reviews, Yelp reviews, and Better Business Bureau reviews on American Homes for Rent. And primarily the complaint was they don't take care of the houses. They don't reply to your calls, and they basically say, do not do business with these people. The 9th concern was Elizabeth Warren, Senator from Massachusetts, and a letter dated January 13th of 2022 to David Singlin, Chief Executive Officer of American Homes for Rent, stated that I am particularly concerned with the role your company, American Homes for Rent, has played in keeping affordable housing out of reach for American families. Considering the history and complaints made against you by your tenants by cutting corners on maintenance requests and excessive fees, I fear that these poor business practices have also contributed to your increased revenue. So what I've done, I've attached the letter. I'm not going to read it to you, but this is the letter from Senator Warren. And there's her signature. So it goes into a lot more details and asks a lot more questions about the practices. So survey results, property owners, we had 50 homeowners, property owners opposed to this project. And it resulted in 73 signatures opposed. So again, I asked the question, how many property owners contacted the planning commission and said that this would be a great thing for the town of Avon?
No, no one ever does. On any position.
So 0 to 73. Pulled up on the Google reviews for American Homes for Rent, and they've got a tab, and I almost got it off. It says reviews. You can add a comment or take a look at other comments. And so that's what I did. I wanted to understand, who are these people? So a typical review that people put in, lady by the name of Kim Small put this in. I've never rented from them, but they own a house in my subdivision that is a huge eyesore and has been for about 2 years. We live in a nice area and they are driving our home values down. So that's a common concern about the surrounding residents. They also have a little like button that you can push to say, hey, whether you agree or disagree with the comment. And this, they say that there's 6. And I'll add to that here in a second. The Google rating calculation, they basically give you a rating score of 1 to 5. Okay? And if you take the comments and you multiply them, 172 times 1, 34 times 2, and you go across and you calculate out the average, and it comes out to be 3.5. You think 3.5 stars out of 5, that's a pretty good rating. However, why was their rating so much higher than the Better Business Bureau and Yelp? So I got looking at it, and the thumbs up agreements, if you look for a 1-star rating, the comments, there were 927 people that agreed with those comments. So if you take all the thumbs up agreements and you go through and you come up with a 2.2 star rating instead of the 3.5. If you don't quite believe what I'm saying, you can calculate it yourself. The Google reviews basically give them a rating of 3.5, but calculating with the thumbs up, it's a 2.1. Better Business Bureau is a 1.265 out of 5. Yelp reviews are 1 is their total score. So I've got the link there. You can pull up the comments. High-level summary of the reviews based upon Google, Better Business Bureau, and Yelp. Does not maintain properties, charges renter excessive amounts for repairs at the end of their lease. That's what Senator Warren also talks about. Does not respond to customer complaints, repairs, questions, or calls. They continue to call. They can't get action done. No policy to allow military personnel to break their lease due to military relocation without penalties. Lack of customer concern. Again, people will complain. We've got a roof leak. We have water dripping down. We have hot water that's not working. Our heater's broke. Our air conditioner's broke. They can't get people to respond. You have young kids in the family. It's the common theme, and they keep getting put off and put off and put off. Somebody will be there and they never show. They've gone from their inside support, maintenance people.
I don't want to cut you off, but we have a lot of people that need to speak, so if we could just wrap it up.
This is it.
Thank you.
This is a picture 60 feet from the north property line. And again, this is looking east, the tree line on the right. The north side tree line is the Prairie Manor line. Again, we've got water when it rains, stands. Take a look, viewing to the west, tree line on the left is the north side of Prairie Manor. It's right there. And Austin Lake is far background. Again, standing water. When they went to survey this property, they couldn't get in there to see how deep the water was. It ran over their ATV vehicle. This is looking directly south, the tree line.
Sir, could we please wrap it up? We have to, by law, we have to finish at 11 o'clock,
There you
so,
go. We
thank
are
you.
opposed to this project as submitted, and it should be stopped.
Thank you. Next person?
Dinesh Patel.
My name is Dinesh Patel. I am residing 8879 Retail. I am opposing this project completely. Like no, I don't prefer to rent a property there. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Tracy Howard.
My name is Tracy Howard. I live at 8809 Prairie Trail, Avon, Prairie Manor, and me and my wife also oppose the rental properties to the north of Prairie Manor. And as far as the traffic concern, is still a major concern. And when you do that study, that S-turn on 900 is the only thing that keeps the cars slowing down from doing 70. It holds them to 60. So I would suggest that you leave that in there when you do that study, but thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Raymond Albee.
I'm Raymond Albee. I live at 506 North County Road 900E. And the first comment I would like to make, y'all get padded chairs for 4 hours. We need some out here too. Now, I'm not a traffic engineer, but just, living as close as I do to where this is proposed, I don't believe there's going to be any room for a turn lane there. And one of the concerns I had is I have a half acre. It's an older house right there on 9, right in the S curve. I'm paying $1,900 a year in taxes. And if I understand what they're saying correctly, they're going to be paying about $600 a year. That doesn't hardly seem right. Plus, they're going to be making all the income off the houses. And one thing he mentioned, I almost had to laugh out loud at, and that's shopping. None of you in this room have allowed a bit of shopping to come into here other than car dealers and restaurants. That's all we have in Avon. We have no shopping. The closest shopping we have is Kohl's. Like I told a lady here a while back, which is down in Plainfield, is the closest place to shop. And that's nothing but a modern day Kmart. That's all you can call Kohl's. So there's no shopping here. And I'm just curious as to what will happen if the traffic study says between these two projects, that one's going to have almost 1,000 cars a day. This one's going to have over 100 cars a day. What do we do if the traffic study says, no, 900 can't handle it? Which we know it can't. It can't handle what's out there right now. Like I said before, I spend sometimes as much as 10 minutes trying to get out of my own driveway. And the pictures he showed you about the water, that's my backyard. I'm on a septic tank and on a well, and my septic tank filled up and was overflowing this year. I couldn't even go in the house and flush my toilets because of the water that runs off of that property into my backyard. And I'm not the only one that has that problem. My next door neighbor, Bob, he had water 6 to 8 inches deep in his yard, and it all came off of that property. Well, what are they going to do? And I know what they're going to do. They're going to go in there and they're going to fill all of that property in, which is going to cause even more water to come our way. So, we're in a lose-lose situation if you live on 900. And I am against rental property 100%. And I wasn't as much against this project until the previous gentleman put up all the slides and read the letters and, showed us what type of company this appears to be. I'm not saying that's what they are, but it sure appears that way. So That's really all I've got to say, and I really hope you deny it. I think it needs to be property that's individually owned, not rental property, because it's going to deteriorate. The neighborhood is going to deteriorate the value of my home and everybody else around there. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ron Fraser.
Hello, I'm Ron Fraser. I live in 8806 Prairie Trail, Avon, in the Prairie Manor section. Look, I'll try to dot point as quick and make this as quick as possible. Mentioned that the value of the houses wouldn't drop. That is definitely not the case in Prairie Manor. We have higher end homes in that area, and these are rental homes, and they're definitely going to devalue our properties. There's no ifs or buts, questions about that. Doesn't need to be a study done on that. I'd like to know what stops these properties. There's long-term leases, but what stops them moving to short-term leases? When the race is on, come in for a week here, whatever it might be, if they can't fill them. Things change in the property market. Today you've got too many renters. Tomorrow you may not have enough. So things do change. We've noticed that with the YMCA. When they first looked at proposed building those units, they said again they were going to be high-end. They were going to be stainless steel appliances, all that sort of thing, going to be upmarket, and they've gone to Section 8. So we have people there who are getting subsidised by the government in those properties. They promised us at the time that would never happen. I want to know what promises are they making that won't happen here. So that's a question. 900, it's a dog's hind leg. Like it's all over the place. You've got each new little estate that goes in, they put in a little section so that they can turn. And when you're driving that road now in Costco, you keep jumping from side to side. There's nothing straight about that road. It's getting more and more dangerous. It's becoming very curvy. This particular development is going to be right after the S-curve. And I think that's an incredibly dangerous section of the road. It is now. We have accidents there regularly. It's going to get worse with this development. Regarding the water, I have the sewage going through the back of my property. It goes across to a pump station. We've had the Conservancy people come through, and they were having a lot of excess water going into their sewage they're having to pump out. They finally realised the water was coming off that property, and they sealed the hole inside the pipe. Therefore, the photos that you saw were from that water that was no longer going into the sewage line. That water has been there from about September last year. It only just recently left. So that was a permanent pond sitting on that land. Okay? I love to hear the frogs at night time. It was fantastic, but certainly not the mosquitoes. Okay. Mentioned about R1 enhanced. I'm sorry, I don't know much about what that is, but the numbers he was quoting were still above R1 enhanced. He kept pushing the point that we were going to, it sounded great, but it was still above that number that was being proposed. The trees, again, the photos show green space on both sides of the property line. That is not the case. All of the trees are in the adjacent properties. Every single tree was cut down on that property a couple of years ago. There is nothing on that now except for huge piles of tree stumps and grass up to your navel. Okay, so it's a mess. Also, it is less properties than south of us, but I am still concerned with the number of properties they're looking at putting on that lot, and the fact that those two streets on opposite sides don't meet up. That's going to cause extra problems again with that S-curve, and that they're all rental properties. That means that one owner decides to neglect or not the properties. When you've got different renters in there, you're going to have, it still causes issues, but I do feel that when you've got this one person controlling every single property in there and they don't live there, they don't really care. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
That's all. Is there anybody else present who would like to speak? And I would remind you that we have to be out of here by 11 o'clock, so we have just under 30 minutes left.
I'll be brief. George Antal, 8772 Prairie Trail. I agree with all my neighbors' comments, so I'll just let them, be what they are. I've heard several times tonight that this makes sense to infill this property. And for the traffic reasons alone, it doesn't make sense to infill this property. And to be honest with you, if it's changed from agricultural to residential, the town of Avon's pulling a bit of a bait and switch on me. I moved in and built my house at the end of the cul-de-sac on the north side of the road. I didn't want traffic in front of my house, and I had a horse farm in the backyard. I absolutely did not want my backyard to be facing other people's backyards. That's why I moved there. And so now we're saying it makes sense to cram more houses in. That's the opposite of sense. I just don't agree with that at all. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak?
John DeFavis, 8832 Prairie Trail. I'm also Prairie Manor. My specialty is being brief, so I'll do that to the point. There's just a basic difference between owning and renting. I think everybody would agree when you own something, you treat it entirely different than when you rent it. It's common sense. It's not going to be taken care of as much as all of us prideful homeowners right next to this property take care of it. Number two, to illustrate the traffic problem, I'll give you a little scenario that I've seen happen multiple times, and that is the apartments in the YMCA. I don't know which they're coming from, but you actually get cars driving down the walking path of the Y through our cul-de-sac to dodge traffic further north on 900. That's a very dangerous situation, obviously, for many reasons.
Thank you. Was there one more person?
My name is Corey Falk, and I'm a homeowner at 749 Darlington Drive in Carolina Commons. I was one of the individuals who worked on collecting signatures for people within our housing addition. And I'm just here to kind of speak for myself as well as those individuals who could not be here tonight to say that we are opposed to this project. And while I think that we all agree that it's going to eventually be developed into something, I just don't think rental properties are the way to go. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else present who would like to speak? With that, I will call public comment to a close. Discussion. I'm sorry.
Well, before we do
Oh,
that,
sorry.
I'd like to follow up with staff on a couple questions. So on the water concerns, as far as what we're talking about, Bill, and all the surrounding neighborhoods, are those part of Avon?
Not all of them, no. No,
Which
not
ones
all of
are
them.
Caroline Commons, Austin Lakes, Austin Winds, and Prairie Manor?
Prairie Manor is, oh, no, I take that back. It's not. Very few of them are.
I mean, when I look at the outline around the properties, it looks like this is a kind of a donut hole, and the rest
It
are
is.
in the county right now.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Recently in it.
It was just recently annexed, but the properties around them are all in Hendricks County's jurisdiction.
I think for sake of information that like the town can't deal with property or water problems in the county should deal with those. But when there's development on the property is required to contain the water so that there's not excessive runoff from the developed property. Would that be right, Greg?
That is correct. Dave Gaston was at the TAC meeting, and this project, if it were to move forward, will go before the county drainage board. They'll be held for release rates that are discharging from the property per the county. Anything on site, pipe sizing calculations, pipe cover, standard drainage ordinances with respect to the development on site will be adhered to, but there will be a stormwater quantity and quality requirement that the county will impose, similar to what Avon imposes.
So I just want people in the audience to know that any development that land now or later will be required to address the water issues.
Correct.
Okay, would the petitioner like to provide some rebuttal?
Just briefly, obviously, many of the comments were directly against the use of the land by a tenant as opposed to the land use characteristics of the proposal itself. And we've worked very hard to make the proposal compatible with the surrounding properties and used really the comprehensive plan as a guide. I mean, we do go and visit and seek to understand what that plan means before we filed our case. And we did so with the belief that we could design a proposal that, from a compatibility standpoint, conservation of property value standpoint, due regard to the comprehensive plan, would warrant a positive recommendation from your professional staff. And we think they did that based on sound land use principles. With regard to the report on complaints and Yelp ratings, I just Googled the Better Business Bureau for American Homes for Rent and saw that it has an A+ rating. That does not mean that no one has ever filed a complaint. If you read a little further down some of the reviews, what you identify is that the reason why the company receives such high marks is because they resolve those complaints. Regrettably, as part of all of our lives today, being driven by social media, is that once somebody says something, it kind of lasts forever. What doesn't necessarily get published is the ultimate resolution of that complaint. And so we think the Better Business rating of an A+ is correct. I'll speak briefly. I would encourage you to read the letter authored by Elizabeth Warren's staff. It is filled with inconsistencies and contradictions internally, and blames American Homes for Rent and other companies that are investing in single-family homes to meet a customer demand, blames them for every wrong in society, we think really improperly. The reason why AMH Development is making proposals like this one in central Indiana is that there's a need and there is a desire by a certain segment of the community to have a single-family experience that is available for rent and maintained well by a company that's well capitalized and taking the long view with regard to its investment. And so we're very proud of our proposal and proud of the company. Want to be a partner in Avon and look forward to your comments and questions, and also would be certainly a willing and able participant in the traffic analysis as well. Thank you.
Discussion, or are there any other questions to the petitioner based on his rebuttal?
I have a follow-up question with Bill. Thank you, petitioner. What's zoning for an apartment complex? Is that R3? What's
Usually R4 or R5.
So when I look at the zoning amendment, so it's, look at this, I think, again, it's like needing more information to really determine what kind of recommendation to give the council, because we're going to have traffic out on 900. When I think about that area, I don't see a turn lane being able to be fit in there. Now, again, I can't remember either without going out there, but an acceleration, deceleration lane, you'd be accelerating if you're going south right into the street on the east side of 900. So again, without having some idea of what are we going to do with our road and what's that traffic study going to show us, are we just contributing to wait times for potentially 40 homes of people coming out of there that are going to add to trying to come out and creating a safety issue? Because if they want to go north, they're going to have to cross traffic. So I think that needs to be addressed before we have enough information, for me at least, to give a recommendation to the council.
I think we're fortunate that we've got Greg and Robert here who sit on town council. I'd be interested in their thoughts because again, we're just the commission looking at it through the lens of statutes and code. They're, also wearing the hats of representatives of the town residents, what their thoughts are on.
Well, actually, tonight, they're sitting as members of the planning commission. I think it would be inappropriate for them to be speaking as town council members in this meeting.
I will ask their
We had our opportunity at the introduction to share our input from that perspective. As Catherine is saying, right now, we're filling in the role, particularly as commissioners. We have to fill it, we have to sit at this level at the moment.
Our job is to provide, our job is to give a recommendation to the town council, who will then, Greg and Robert will then put on those hats, and obviously they will be even more informed than town councils normally are, because they're here hearing everything.
I
But
understand that, but it's unrealistic for anybody, because earlier you spoke about your personal experience,
Mhm.
and that informed the decision. And so again, I'm not asking them to put it on their hats as town councilmen, but based on their experience, if they want to, they can.
it would be completely inappropriate for them to speak in terms of their experience as town council members.
No, I'm not
My experience is my personal experience in my job. That I bring that experience here. You're asking them to sit as both town council members and.
Maybe we could start with a comp plan.
I'm
The
sorry.
first of the 5 factors. Maybe we could start with a comp plan.
Thank you.
Let's be clear, I withdrew that cap. And I was asking you to speak in personal capacity.
If I can speak straight to the 5 criteria, I do not feel that this zoning amendment meets the first and most important, which is the comp plan. We have called for specialty housing in this area in the future land use. This proposal calling that rental properties meet specialty housing, I do not believe meets that intent. As far as those 5 criteria right there off the bat, we have not met them. There's the end of my discussion on this topic at the moment.
I'll go back to my comment that I made earlier. We need to understand what is our definition of specialty housing. Everybody has their own take on what it should be. We need to understand what we want to have in infill sites. This particular project, even though I can't say it goes hand in hand with the one to the south of it, there are similarities that need to be ironed out. And there is a continuance on that project to do a study. And again, I just hope that the traffic study includes this project, the one to the south, maybe the 3 properties over by the Fairfield Inn and the Hampton Inn. We haven't even talked about the outlot by Costco that hasn't been built yet. We're talking about Bubba's 33 on 36 that can filter out through there. We have the strip center that's being built that hasn't generated any traffic yet. We have Raising Cane that is being built that it hasn't generated any traffic yet. And we're talking about maybe putting a roundabout in Angelina Way and out of Costco. I mean, so there are so many moving parts to this area that I think we need to hit the brakes and stop until we get this analysis done.
So when I look at the criterion, I look at criterion 3 and the most desirable use for which the land in each zoning district is adapted. And this is one where, again, the additional information that I'm looking for right now would make this that I don't think criterion 3 would be met, because I don't have enough information to think that this wouldn't contribute to more issues along 900. So, I appreciate what staff says here, but I don't feel like criterion 3 is met.
I feel like part of the problem too with criterion 3 is that the UDO does not distinguish between single-family residences that are owner-occupied and single-family residences that are rentals. And so that puts us in a quandary. I would feel like the most desirable use for this land is single-family homes that are owner-occupied. I do not feel like an entire neighborhood of rental units that, even if they're single-family homes, is the best use of this land. I also agree with Robert that criteria 1, because we are in changing times right now. We're changing times both in terms of our housing market, the need for housing greatly of all kinds, from apartments to even estate homes, greatly outstrips the supply, the inventory. It's just not there. So it doesn't matter what kind of housing you're building. There's going to be, you're going to have a waiting list for all of that. But is this specialty housing when it's a single family home and we don't distinguish between rentals and owner occupied. I think it's, I don't know. I agree with all of we've got a lot of moving parts here, and traffic is not the least of them.
Madam President, are you willing to entertain a motion?
I am, and does anybody else have any else? Otherwise, we've got 12 minutes. I'm willing to entertain a motion.
I think you might as well just finish with the other two criterion, and number 4 is the conservation of property values throughout the jurisdiction. I'm not sure you'll meet that. And then the responsible development and growth. I'm not sure we've done that either. I underscore the word responsible.
That being said, given respect to the 5 criteria, in my opinion, most importantly to the comprehensive plan and lack of compliance there, I recommend I make a motion that we forward an unfavorable recommendation to the town council for zoning amendment 22-08 Sycamore Preserve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Jason White. Aye. Harold Heiser. Paul Guckenberger.
4.
Catherine Ransberg.
4.
Dave Kaufman.
4.
Greg Susan.
4.
Passes.
You didn't catch my vote there.
Robert Pope.
Robert Pope.
4. I made the motion, so I feel like that should be, but. We're still not adjourned.
No, we are not adjourned.
Other business.
Yikes, where's my agenda? If we could this meeting is still in order. If we could please take your conversations outside. Thank you. Okay, other business.
None.
I have one.
I'm sorry, never
Yeah, I'd
mind.
like to bring it up for the commission here. I'd like to ask Dan if he could help us and understand the commissioner's role in cases here, because it's brought to my attention that there was some concern that commissioners shouldn't or couldn't talk to developers or petitioners or landowners seeking additional information prior to a commission meeting. And it's my understanding that there weren't the limitations on commissioners to seek information, kind of like what the BZA has, where there is restrictions on who BZA members should talk to and who should talk to BZA members, so not to show undue influence.
Well, I think it is true that there are no restrictions upon planning commission members from talking to asking questions of people, petitioners or anyone, remonstrators or anyone in the community. The BZA members are prohibited from doing so. And in Marion County, you can't do that by statute. And in some communities, it's in their rules of procedure that you cannot do that. But that is not the rule here. So you may hear conflicting answers about this depending on where you are. At Zionsville, where I see Matt a lot, you cannot, you're prohibited by a rule. But the statute doesn't have the same prohibition for commission members. I would caution members that in those conversations, they should be careful not to make statements that would disqualify them and lead that party to believe that they cannot be impartial when they consider the matter. I give the same advice to town council members acting on zoning matters like a rezone, and they've heard me say that before. So the notion that a commission member might call and try to get more information, fine. Take a call from a constituent, fine. Just remember to be careful what you say and don't jeopardize your ability to continue to participate in a case.
I would also recommend that the word optics comes to mind. If a petitioner has approached a commission member privately, and that commission member changes their mind, even if that conversation had nothing to do with it, it can appear that that private conversation had an undue influence on a commissioner. And my feeling is private conversations with people who have items in front of the commission about those items should be avoided. Just, I think from an ethical standpoint, it's just, and from the standpoint of protecting the town, and our duty is to do what's best for the town. That's my position.
But it's our duty to seek out information. Council members meet with petitioners and developers all the time. We don't have the restrictions. I agree that there's what the optics look like, but it doesn't prohibit us. So unless, again, if we have that restriction, that's why I'm asking that, because we have a lot of new commission members, and this may be dated instructions that I'm remembering that you gave us, Stan. So if we're restricted, I want to know that, so I don't do anything based on old information. So I think I got the answer. Thank you.
Is there any other business? 7 minutes, committee reports.
BZA, we heard two cases for Chick-fil-A, the new Chick-fil-A. That'll be in the PNC Bank. We approved a drive-through, special exception for drive-through and a variance to allow stacking in the front yard and to eliminate a bypass lane.
Town council? Anybody want to speak for town council?
Nothing additional. Nothing additional.
Okay. Any other committees? Reports?
RC Town sought the commission's input on whether or not to hire an architect. So feedback was in favor of that, and so that was the consensus that the town would submit an RFP for potential town hall at the Easton Gray development, among other things.
Okay. Anything else for the good of the order? Nothing else? Meeting is adjourned.